I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah, if you're not
go play your polo and jet set around, leave my truck alone.
I mean, that's like us being called to some meeting where a lion is up there at the podium and he wants to tell people about not eating meat. I'm just you have no credibility. There's blood on your mouth.
A lion?
You just killed a lion. You just killed an antelope. Now shut up. You have no credibility.
No, I tell you another reason. The prince better hope him and Trump don't meet. You don't want to see Camilla up against Melania. That'll be bad.
I would have rather have met the artist. I'd rather have met the artist prince than the actual prince.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I had to. I'd rather hang out with Prince. No doubt.
That's right. Tell me your inspiration for Purple Rain. I couldn't care less about this other guy.
That's right. Even if he was acting weird, I'd rather.
Oh, sure. He's a weirdo, but to me, he's affected my life more than Prince Charles.
I'm more interested in him.
He'd probably just sit there and stare at you.
Yeah. Think about it.
I'd rather have Prince stare at me than talk to Prince Charles.
Absolutely.
I'd rather have somebody tell me, Prince is glad you're here.
And have a bandana. And have a bandana over one eye while he's doing it.
Prince wants to know if you want some coffee.
Prince says your story made him sad.
Prince wants to know if you want a party.
Prince wants you to go stand over in that giant clam.
Giant clam. You remember that?
Yeah, that's so
good.
good.
In it.
That was so good.
Oh, that's great.
So anyway, Prince Charles, who cares?
Yeah, he's brought a lot to the
Hey,
table.
Prince, how about this? You're so
His mother won't die, so he can be king.
right.
No, I tell you what it is. She knows he's an idiot.
She's hanging on.
Yeah,
Great point.
your own mother knows he's so bad she refuses to die. She won't even die.
Yeah. No way he thought she'd still be alive now. No way. Because he's no spring chicken.
Well,
No, he's getting on up there.
That's-
Look at him.
That's the odd she's playing. I
He's-
bet she's trying to overfeed him now and get his cholesterol.
Hey, Prince Charles is so inept that his mother has made a decision. If I can't die,
I will not
he'll
die.
be king.
I won't age and I won't die.
She's trying to outlive him so he can go the next one.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's right.
Golly.
Yeah, if something happens to him, she'll die the next day.
And we're going to take some lecture on climate change avenger. You know what that sounds like, Greg, to your point? Think about it. I'm a climate change avenger. That's what a little boy would say.
Exactly.
I mean, he thinks he's a
He's
superhero.
never lived
What
in the real
what has he got,
world.
a towel tied around his back like a cape?
He don't know about climate. He's never. He lives in that little coddled bubble.
Yeah.
That he's lived in his whole life.
Well, we're going to walk in his bedroom. He's going to jump from one bed to the other with a towel on saying, I'm the climate change avenger.
I bet he has a costume. I bet he does.
I'm
he
sure
does.
Greg, let me tell you.
I wouldn't.
Let me tell you, you look behind that royal family curtain.
Oh, buddy.
There's a lot going on back there.
The tree's a little tight.
It is. There ain't a lot of branches on it.
You know, they used to marry first cousins like it was nothing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that explains Charles.
You can't tell it looking at Prince Charles. Can't tell it.
I mean, it was Greg like it was nothing. You know, Queen Victoria was married to her first cousin, had 9 kids.
Look, he had Princess die. He went for Camilla. Come on, give me a break. Give me a break. That don't pass the eye test, friend.
We'll start in Colorado Springs. Matthew is standing by. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling.
Phone troll.
Matthew, go ahead, buddy.
Morning, gentlemen. President Trump's Twitter feed this past weekend has been gold, but have y'all seen it this morning?
No.
I have.
I'll just quote you a segment. Only 109 people out of 325,000 were detained and held for questioning. Big problems at airports were caused by Delta computer outage, protesters, and the tears of Senator Schumer.
He did get to cry.
Best president ever.
He did get to cry.
I gotta find that one.
And the tears of Senator Schumer.
He did. He took to squalling.
Yeah.
Or he faked it.
Oh.
Come on.
Yeah.
I think he faked.
That's the last thing we need.
Yeah.
Is some grown man on TV crying.
Grandstand.
Johnny with a great point. Johnny, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Monkey grass and Green Acres.
Thank
Body.
Come on with it.
I just noticed that, after Trump got the winning votes there in November, that all of a sudden all the clowns disappeared. I want to know what happened to them.
He did get rid of the He did get rid of the clowns.
I mean, they disappeared overnight.
They did.
The day after the election actually was the highest day of gun sales in the nation that day, too. So I wonder if that had something to do with it.
Well, it's possible.
That's when all the liberals went out and tried to buy one, wasn't it?
Let's go to Dan in Athens. Dan, welcome to the program. 30 seconds and go.
Monkey grass and Green Acres.
Thank you.
Ricky Butters in Ohio.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. This portion of the show brought to you by allform.com/Bubba. Being comfortable in your own home is so important. New couch or chair or sofa for the family room, your living room, maybe even a screen porch. Whatever the case, Allform makes just absolutely outstanding high quality handmade in America furniture. We're talking about affordable, flexible, modern designs to fit any room, from armchairs to sofas, sectionals, love seats. They have got you covered. And Allform, really, to be honest with you, is great furniture that you can customize to best fit your needs. Plus, it ships right to your door from a factory in North Carolina. No supply chains or labor worries here. You pick your fabric color, the leg types, plus sofa sizes and shapes, and it comes right to your door. That's pretty cool, right? So check them out right now, allform.com/Bubba. The furniture arrives fast, and shipping is always free. Think about it. In just a couple of days, you could have your customized furniture right at your door. And how about this? You don't need a screwdriver. Nope. It's set-to-go, tools free. That's pretty cool. If you're worried about, hey, am I going to like it? It comes with a 100-day free trial with free returns and a free refund. So nothing to lose. Check them out now at allform.com/Bubba. And when you do, you're going to save 20% off anything you buy and get that forever warranty. That's allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% off anything you buy, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. That's a win right there, my friend. As we come on back, I've got some things here that we could do. There's one I'm not sure if I can play, but I'd love for you to guess what's happening here. But I'm afraid
Adler said play on, so I say play on.
He did?
Play on, friend.
If you're an AC/DC fan, AC/DC,
yes.
Raise your hand.
Yes.
No?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we have everybody
fan.
raise their hand. Adler raised his in there. Or just love classic rock. You'll immediately recognize that someone is playing Thunderstruck from AC/DC. But I doubt you can guess what instrument they're playing it on. Can you guess what instrument is playing Thunderstruck from AC/DC? By the way, I needs to be plugged in. That was
sure.
Boy, that was a good build.
That was a good build up.
That was a great build.
And you could still kind of hear it
So it
through the
wasn't
mic,
plugged in?
but it wasn't completely off.
It was clearly on me. Here we go. Check this out. What instrument? We're looking for what instrument? Anything yet? Well, that's pretty cool.
It is.
Raise your hand if you'd like to be getting a massage this right now. It's called is it a boy? Guzheng? A guzheng?
I'm not sure what it is.
It's not a banjo.
It lays flat.
You know the steel guitar?
It lays flat, but this is a big
this is, yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Guzheng.
Anyway, that's what it was.
The guzheng is a Chinese plucking type.
I've never even
instrument.
heard of that before.
It is commonly known as 21, 25, or 26 strings, 64 inches long, and it just sits right in front of the person, and then they play it. It was pretty impressive what they were doing, though.
Yeah.
I'm not up on my string instruments.
That's one of them that, it looks almost like a harp.
Yeah. Yeah, laid down in front of you.
Flat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That helped me, Greg.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like a harp mixed with a pedal steel, like y'all were talking about.
Okay.
Like if you were to take a harp and how you pluck it with your fingers and then lay it across your lap like a lap steel or whatever, or even like a dobro kind of style.
Yeah.
And then if you ever just like visualize in a movie the samurai dude sitting in a temple and he's got something over his lap and he's playing it, that's what it is.
Adler, does that you're an artist when it comes to stuff like this. Does that impress you?
It sounded great, yeah. And was that one person?
It was.
That's incredibly impressive.
Yeah. And with a mask on. just in case you're wondering.
But I've seen this in a bunch of ninja movies, old school, kung fu movies and stuff like that.
I know you're into kung fu movies.
Oh, love them. Wanted to be Jackie Chan growing up as a kid.
You?
Yes, he does his own stunts.
Hey, right here, look at me.
He does his own stunts.
You missed out on Bruce Lee and went to Jackie Chan.
I was in the Jackie Chan era. But, I wanted to be Jackie Chan. But I didn't know what that was called. It's called it's Guhzeng. Guzheng.
Guzheng.
That's interesting. Did not know that.
Yeah, I didn't either. Great. I thought that was pretty cool. Look, I try not to get into my neighbor's business. We do look out for each other. For instance, my neighbor across the street.
So you're nosy?
Hey. My neighbor across the street, his garage door was open, and that storm came in, and it was just blowing stuff. So I texted him. I said, "Hey, man, your garage door's open." He's like, "Oh, thank you."
He said,
much.
"Hey, were you staring at my house?"
Well, it was just right there. We take care of each other, one thing I like about the neighborhood is we do that, but we're not in each other's business, but just enough to take care of each other. Does that make sense?
When was this?
Like last night during that bad storm.
So here's what's funny is when I got home last night, a couple weeks ago, Brady wanted to put the nets back up so he could hit some golf balls in the garage, and so he was doing that when I pulled up last night. Maddie and I arrived in the storm, and he had the garage door open, and he was hitting golf balls in the net, and it's storming bad. And I said, "Hey, and I parked outside so he could keep hitting. Of course, we had to get wet.
Yeah.
And which was fine. But I said, "You want me to close the garage door? You want it open?" He said, "I want it open." So I left it open. So my point is, what if he'd have said, "Hey, man, I just left the garage door open for a reason"?
Well, I guarantee you, it wasn't
hitting golf balls.
If he said, "Mind your business."
Well, no, the way the storm was coming in the wind direction, it was blowing stuff. And he's got a nice car that he keeps in the garage, like an old Mustang. And I knew, hey, he doesn't know the garage door's open. He replied and he said, "Thank you so much."
Well, what else is he gonna say?
He said, I'm not at home, but my wife is, and probably forgot. Thank you very much. So I don't know.
Then he called and dogged her.
And like one time it started raining. He
said,
texted me and he said, "Hey,
the garage
FYI."
So Speedy's not looking in it, figuring out what our car tag looks like and what we've got hung up on the walls.
Equipment we got.
Like for instance, a couple of weeks ago when it rained, he texted me and he said, "Hey, I was getting something. Just FYI, one of your son's windows is down, and the car was just getting just wet."
Man, y'all got a nosy.
But what I'm saying is that's not being nosy. That's being helpful. But now this one here, I don't know how to work around this story. Neighbors in Florida are upset at a couple that claim they're a nudist couple, and they do all of their outdoor work butt naked.
Now, look, I think you have to be in a nudist colony to do that. If you're not, you're breaking the law.
According to the sheriff's department, it is completely legal. Here are neighbors commenting on how they feel legal about the situation.
Now, are they inside their house with the windows open or outside their house?
It says the couple lives on their street and they do yard work and other outdoor activities naked.
I ain't weed eating naked.
No.
He works on his car and he does it naked. And, everyone's called the police. But he's just out there doing his yard work. It's whatever he needs to do outside naked.
Have some respect for the neighborhood kids. Kids catch the bus here. I've seen these people actually stand on their front steps, buck naked, both of them, and talk to a police officer. The sheriff's department told me to turn my head.
It's their way of life, and it's on their property, and I know it's legal.
Why are your privates on display? That's not private at all.
That's a good one.
Let's just keep that entire segment. But
can you show your privates on private property? And evidently you can.
I can't believe
in Florida
you can. I don't know about that.
Y'all, I love the fact. He's talking to a cop and he's completely naked.
If they want to be private, why they show their private?
I don't know how I would handle that. Maybe I'd move, but I'm not having a couple walk around naked on my subdivision.
Buddy, you'll text people about their garage door open. You're certainly texting about this.
I'm not naked doing it.
Glad you worked. Come on with it.
Hey, y'all, just wanted to make a comment. I overheard some people talking about this Muslim ban that Trump did, and admittedly, I'm not as up on this as I should be, but their biggest gripe is that he did not include Saudi Arabia and some of the other main Muslim hubs because those are countries that he's still doing a lot of business in. And they were saying that he has not divorced his presidential bid with his business that he's got.
Well, I will say Saudi Arabia is a pretty big ally of the United States. I don't know about Trump's business, but we've kind of danced around issues with them before. So because of their military situation.
Yeah, we have. Now, I understand exactly what you're saying when you look back at 9/11 and all that. I mean, Saudi Arabia is a problem, but our relationship, as Bubba said, with them has been complicated. But I agree with you. If you're going to sit there and say we want to vet people coming from areas that have waged terrorism on the world and our country, Saudi Arabia would have to be included in that because they have.
Now, I saw they claim these are the countries that were identified by intelligence and all from the Obama administration, correct?
Right, yeah.
That's where they got their, was it 7? Is that how many?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So, but that Saudi Arabia thing is always.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost like there's everybody else in the Middle East and then Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, all right, so back to the president's tweets. Here's those numbers again. Only 109 people out of 325,000 were detained and held for questioning. Big problems at airports were caused by Delta computer outage and Chuck Schumer's tears.
Squalling. We continue. Mark in Dothan. Mark, welcome to the program. 30 seconds and go.
Hey, good morning, guys. I have to confess on the subject of climate change that I'm now a firm believer in climate change after 52 years of life, and I think I can sum it up in 4 words. Winter, spring, summer, and fall.
Winter, spring, summer, or fall. Well, all you got to do is call. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'll go this far. I think the climate is always changing from some point to another, more rapid at other times. The question is man causing it or all the other influences?
What role, if any, do we play in it?
Right.
And, of course, we always go back to this one. If you've been listening, you've heard it. That ice age, how it all melted off without industry, I don't know how that happened.
And SUVs and private jets and all that stuff, because we were below the freeze line. The Earth had froze to a point that it should not have been able to thaw out.
Especially when I was reading the book about the guy, Chariots of Fire, what's that cat, that runner, everybody did the movie and all that. And you look at the Olympics that he was running in, and they were talking about record-setting heat.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was back in, the 30s, 20s?
The 30, I think 30, 34 in that area was one of the warmer times that we've had. Now, we had some warming up, but a lot of it's leveled out. I mean, just depends on whose numbers you want to go with, I guess.
Eric Liddell?
Yeah.
Was that? Yeah.
Let's go to Karen in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Karen, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. I just wanted to call and see if I could get your view on cremation. And I love you guys. I've been listening to you from the get-go, and I'm going to hang up now and listen to what you guys have to say.
Karen, hang on. Yeah. What about it? Can you give us a little more to go on there?
I just want to see if I could get your biblical view on it.
Biblical view. Oh, okay. Thanks. You know, cremations are up. I don't know if you know this. They're way up.
48% in 2015.
Yeah. They're way up.
That's a lot.
You know,
you do all kinds of things.
This is where you may get into, our faith and then all the denominations within the faith. We're Baptists, and, we're just not good with it. We're going to have a body to bury. And we're going to get it done. Now, if you die, we're going to have you buried by Thursday. I mean, we don't fool around.
Nope.
If you die on Tuesday, you're going in Thursday.
If the church is available, we get it done.
Right. We got a system, and nothing stops the system. It don't matter if everybody's working. If you got relatives in Chicago, it doesn't matter.
They got to get on it.
If you die on Tuesday, we're going to bury you by Thursday. We'd prefer to get you in the ground Wednesday, but we're going to get Thursdays as far as you got. But when you talk about biblical, I've heard some people talk about this, and I'm certainly, and if anybody else, I'm not the expert on this. I don't really see a biblical mandate because Bubba's made this point, and I agree with him. We have people that are blown up in explosions. We have people that, we even hear the Bible saying that the ocean's going to give up its dead
first.
Yeah. Those people are not intact, and so this thing of you got to have a body to get your glorified body, no. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The human body does go away no matter what you do with it.
Y'all, I think if God in all of his power can raise up all of mankind at some point, he can arrange the atoms again to make it happen. I don't think it's that complicated
the
for
Bible,
him.
Yeah, the Bible's already clear that he is going to do that with bodies we know that are completely disintegrated.
So, I don't think that makes it an issue. We always look to the example that Jesus had. They buried him. So I think everybody's comfortable with that. I've always been under the impression it was cheaper to cremate somebody, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think I was wrong on that.
Well, what I'm saying is back to your point, and somebody could correct us, and we'd be right. I've never seen a biblical ban on cremation.
No, I haven't either.
Yeah, and so I don't think that one is more right than the other. But again, somebody could call me up. And
but
say,
I think just culturally, we were more comfortable with having a body to bury.
I think I want to be cremated.
Really?
Yeah.
Did y'all hear the story we did on the kickoff hour about them people that will put your ashes in a shotgun shell so you can shoot it out?
Yeah. Holy Smoke's what it's called.
That's right.
MyHolySmoke.com. Go check it out.
Going out with a bang.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Come on with it. Brand new hour. How about you? We start this hour with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
8 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're ready to chat with you today. Use that number, the number that gets you here, 866 We Be Big. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've given you a kickoff hour. Along most all the Rick and Bubba platforms, Eddie Van Adler now running the YouTube option. He'll also be providing us video that goes along with stories today. If you have not subscribed to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, great option for you, both live and tons of archives. So go there, subscribe, doesn't cost you anything, but you get alerts every time there's something new there. You've got America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Hopefully you have a station in your town. If not, there is the TuneIn app. That'll work anywhere as long as you got service. We've got podcast archives. Go catch the show on your own time. We certainly have that as well. iHeartRadio, Spotify, Radio Garden, whatever the case may be. However you get the Rick and Bubba Show, there's a way to get it done. You have no excuse, okay? I mean, if you're not getting after it if you don't have the show. We got everybody on the field except one. Most of you know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. She laughed in my face. shit. But it's not me. Well, all right. Bubba, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Well, ready to go. We got a lot to unpack today, so we will take on, I know, everywhere you turn, and we knew this was going to happen. Anytime you have a summer that's hot and you have all this, be careful, it's killer heat out there. Well, there it is. Man-made global warming. I don't know how much you rednecks have to hear to understand that this is all man-made, and if we don't start the combustion engine, we're all going to fry right where we stand. Today, the Rick and Bubba Show will take you back to the summer of 1936.
Yes, excellent documentation today in a story on Daily Mail about the hottest summer America ever had.
1936.
And it's not 2022.
So if you want to say one of the hottest summers, you can certainly say that. But
it is hot.
You can't say the hottest. Of course, I remember 1983. It was identically hot, and it was terrible.
I think that was the hottest one that I have lived through so far.
It
really,
was
the
always
last
hot.
few years have been fairly mild. So
You have to take into account by our standards. Now, I can understand our standards is what hell must be like. Okay,
right.
Our standard that the last couple of summers for us on our scale have been relatively mild.
Yeah.
Now this one's a dandy, but we've had these before.
We've got a dandy going.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll flash back in 1936, and guess what? There wasn't air conditioning in 1936.
Oh, can you imagine?
Fans and big old blocks of ice.
Imagine trying to sleep.
So how can
Of course,
you?
they were used to.
Yeah, and so
everybody went outside, slept on the ground.
Yeah. Well, ask a tough question. So if this has been a progressively getting worse thing, and oh my, how do you explain that all the way back in the 30s we have the same thing, and then we have times it's not that way, then it goes back? It almost feels like it's vacillating, like maybe it's a natural occurrence.
Well, there's a lot at play.
We're talking about climate here.
Climate is a big bucket.
That's
Rick.
a big one.
And there's a lot of things pouring in and taking out. And we've tried to kind of make this a one input, one output argument.
You're right.
And I think that's not being fair or honest. But anyway, it makes great headlines when you're trying to sell an agenda to control everybody. But anyway.
And we don't know the difference between weather and climate, apparently.
Right. So it is hot. Be careful out there.
Oh, it's miserable. As a matter of fact, it's gotten so hot, I finally, where we live, my wife is finally on board of us leaving. I came in. She says, we got to find somewhere to live in some. And I said, are you starting to
go north?
Yeah, that's right.
It's funny how all that plays out, but it is difficult out there. If you're out there in it, be careful and take care of yourself. A lot of storms popping up every afternoon. We had some really strong lightning come through yesterday. I don't know if y'all got out or looked out the window to see that. Had a death over in Georgia from it.
Nice.
And we had 2 deaths in Birmingham where a tree fell through a house.
Oh no!
Children.
Yeah,
young children.
young
That's
kids.
awful.
So that very, very sad about that. So anyway, stay updated on the weather in your area this time of year. Weather radio.
Yeah, so we've got some
Alps.
we got some big sports news today too. We got a new Rick and Bubba University coming out this weekend. Speaking of sports, we talked to Chris Moore, who
Wasn't that fun yesterday?
that was
I enjoyed
fun.
talking to Chris.
I could tell Chris wanted to talk about deer hunting more than the Buffalo Bills, but still.
Well, we did,
right.
And Rick, I can't believe you did to him what you did to him. That was kind of brutal.
Well, I think he understood. If I was on his show, he'd have done the same thing. Huh? Well, how can you talk about something that we all share together and not relive it?
Chris Moore had a great NFL career. I think 15 seasons total, most notably with the Buffalo Bills and 3 trips to the Super Bowl. We talked about that. He was a standout at the University of Alabama. And so just had a good time. He'd call the show one day, and I hope we can spend some more time with Chris. He's a fun guy.
Yeah, and one of the things that you'll that I did not know, those of you that watched his career at Alabama, is that he had never been to the state of Alabama and thought he was going to be playing for Georgia.
Yeah.
Very interesting story.
It is. It's funny. I love hearing these recruiting stories, how things play out, and these twists and turns and all that kind of stuff. So we got a lot to cover. Speaking of Georgia, Kirby Smart. Wow.
Yeah.
How about that deal?
How about your red and black?
How about old Kirby?
15 minutes
Dinner's
past.
on you, Kirby.
More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
True story.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Can you mandate what you'd like for your ashes to be shot toward?
You
Well,
can.
yeah, you
I
can
don't-
abs-
Let's say there's a
yeah.
dove field you were really big on.
No, I'd like to have a couple. I'd like to have a couple of them shot over Gary's head.
Keep understand.
That's a
You
good
get
one.
a whole range of products with your
Yeah, I heard that.
ashes.
Right.
You
Pistol,
get, yeah,
and-
absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
They got a standard package they give
Look,
you.
I think there's
just good
probably
business.
something pretty cool about putting your ashes out under a tree and letting it, soak up the nutrients and all that. But I'm still, culturally, I'm still old school.
I just can't see myself with a casserole and an urn. I just can't.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm worried I'd spill it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, you hate to spill it in the car and then have to get the shop vac at the car wash, and that'd be the final resting
That's
place.
not
That's
good.
not exactly what you have in mind.
But let me be clear: when I step
With the
in,
smell of new car on you.
when I step into glory, into the presence of the Lord, I couldn't care less what you're doing with my body. Yeah, but I mean,
he can call it back when he wants to.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We continue. Scott in Alabama. Scott, rough cut, go.
Hey guys, I don't know if you guys have Amazon Prime or not, but you need to go on there and check out a movie called Gleason. It's about Steve Gleason played for the Saints.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a rough one.
He's got ALS. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rough?
Yeah, the ALS.
Wow.
Yeah, it's I will say this, don't have young kids in the room when you watch it. There's some language. But
I think I saw that movie already.
I think there's.
yeah, it's been out maybe 8 months, something like that.
Am I
but
confusing that with Everybody's All American?
No, there is maybe so, but there is I think there's another documentary on
My All
Gleason
American.
as well,
I've
and not
seen a
this
lot of
one.
stuff.
So yeah,
Yeah, that came
It's
up,
a
and I was
tough
going to watch.
watch,
Is it
man.
a tough watch?
yeah.
Too tough?
Not because of the language and
No,
stuff.
I'm not talking
We're
about
around
that.
Greg all
Just
the time.
it's
I'm
rough.
talking about
normal.
Watching somebody go through ALS.
That's what I'm getting
I
at.
saw. Have y'all seen the one with Kevin Turner on HBO?
Heard about it, but haven't.
Yeah, I saw it this weekend. Wow.
Barry in Georgia. Barry, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Two things. On the flag football tournament last night, did they have a guy over the loudspeaker counting 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi to make sure they got the 7 seconds in? I did hear Peanut Johnson did real good because his face like his mama.
Bama Mark.
Oh.
Bama Mark.
Bama Mark, how you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, listen, I just want to say, I'm pro-Trump. Get off his back. So far, he's doing all the right things. And hey, Greg, listen, the difference between me and some liberals and some of these here, I know I'm a good one, so please just don't be mad with me.
Jolly, Chris Doug.
Boy, Mark.
I just said don't be mad with me.
I love it. Attaboy.
We continue. Look, let's keep it nutty. Jim, the crazy sign guy.
Oh, wow.
Jim, the crazy sign guy is checking in.
Yeah.
And,
Sign mine.
Sign mine. Let's keep it there. All right, Jim, what's on your mind, buddy?
Oh, I just had a little glimpse last night of what it might be like to hear my name called up in heaven. Because when Speedy pulled that card out of the box for the door prizes last night, I thought, man, this is something else.
What did you win, Jim? I don't remember.
It was that putting green, a golf driver, and a putting green, and a beverage cup, and it was great.
Jim, nobody was more shocked than we were.
It's just getting to do it.
You dropped your signs. You guys.
I saw him after the event. He was trying to carry all that in his signs. Like he need a shopping cart.
We continue. Brad in Gadsden, Z93, where it all began 24 years ago. Brad, go ahead.
What's up, Rick and Bubba? Hope y'all are doing great today.
Yes, sir.
We're doing really good.
Hey, allegedly, reportedly, they say that y'all still have the Emma Sampson finger on one of y'all's shelves. Is that true?
Now,
we tried to find it.
Yeah, the Emma Sampson statue from the Civil War is in this part of the world, and it's supposed to be a statue of her pointing to, is it Black Creek?
Pointing a low place that the soldiers could cross.
Where they could afford to rip.
Yeah, and the finger was missing, so the statue now looks like it was given the power sign.
Right.
And so we tried to do a Rick and Bubba promotion years ago called Rick and Bubba Give Us the Finger, because we wanted to find out who stole the finger.
Right.
And if I recall,
it was a thing of quite of a lot of legends in the Gadsden area. Who actually had it?
Right.
Oh boy.
Quality a little rough.
Yeah, I love the card.
He actually wrote a song about it in 1994,
4 or 5.
Somewhere in 1994, we wrote a song about the Emma Sampson statue. Here we go, 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba with a global warming update. Now, I realize that I don't know if it's called global warming anymore. Didn't we change that?
Climate change.
Climate change. Now, what about climate disruption? Is that out?
You got some of that, too.
All right. So whatever it's called now, we know that anytime temperature gets warm, our temperature gets cold, or there's hurricanes, or there's tornadoes, or there's tidal waves, it's all because of men's emission from carbons.
Burn, baby, burn.
Our carbon emissions. That's what's doing it.
Except for those in the ruling class that are still flying their private jets.
Everybody but John Kerry's got to stop producing carbon.
Because he's important.
And everybody going to the climate summit. And here we go. The people get loose, y'all. Hey, look at here. I was raging. I mean, the funk was flaming, Bubba. Oh, it was so entertaining when the boogie started to flow. I heard Michael Ham say, "Burn, baby, burn." Burn, baby, burn. Burn the mother down. Burn, baby, burn. Bubba, we're being told, well, look at this summer. Oh, there it is.
Rick, it is hot. It is hot. But
Yeah,
look,
it's hot.
it's
miserably hot.
Let's know all the facts.
It make you angry hot.
Rick, with millions of Americans enduring a baking heat wave, 111-degree weather. That was in Lawton, Oklahoma this week. You have to remember that while this is hot, 1936 heat wave broke the record for the hottest July. Steele, North Dakota hit 121 degrees.
All right, now I want to be sure, because
Steele, North Dakota.
I don't want to say things that aren't true, okay? And do you tell me that when they start talking about record-breaking heat this summer, they would have to ignore 1936?
Well, 1936 is one of those markers where a lot of things get compared to. There's photographs. If you go to Daily Mail today, there's photographs of people sleeping on blankets out in the yard. It was so hot. Now, remember, this was before we had HVAC as we know it today. There's also pictures of people with blocks of ice and fans blowing over them, and they still look like they're dripping wet.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is crazy. The Mississippi River in St. Louis was nearly dry that summer during the drought, as spring rain was sparse on the east side. And there's pictures of fields, cows. I mean, it is just utter disaster. The heat got so bad that more than 5,000 people died from heat-related issues, and 1,000 people died in Canada.
Yeah, and Bubba, here's some other ones, and you've hit them. So the hottest temperature ever recorded in the United States was 134 degrees in Death Valley in 1913 in July. The highest ever recorded in Death Valley was actually 1913.
And
I'm going to say that again because I really shouldn't just leave. 1913. This is the hottest it's ever been in Death Valley. 1913.
That was long before there were any cars of note out there.
If you're gonna think this through, you got to look through it.
Yeah, I mean it's just fair to kind of look at this. So I mean, you go out in a parking lot. If you're in a big city, you're downtown with all the concrete. You know in your mind you think, well, this has to make things hotter, and I'm sure it does. But there wasn't any of that to that degree back then. I mean, there was some big cities, but they were few and far between, and most everybody lived out in the country. We mostly had dirt roads, and it got that hot. So, I think it's just fair to say, yes, car emissions could be playing a part of this, but there's obviously other players in this game who have a big seat at the table.
Right. They're saying also 39 was very, very hot, very similar.
The pictures of this are just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And the Mississippi River, where the boats are almost sitting on dry land.
Yes.
I mean, that looks a lot like what you're seeing at Lake Mead now out west.
And then
of course, that is a desert, by the way. We got to remember.
And you can research this on your own, okay? This and what we're going to say next. We've said this before on the other end of the spectrum. We were children when the big concern was another ice age is coming.
Oh, yeah, in the 70s.
The Earth is cooling, and it's going to cause another ice age. I mean, I remember, I don't remember it, but I've seen somebody showing footage of reporters out there with their jackets on saying, "Here it comes." I mean, and so it's
so that was
you just need to be informed.
That was the best scientist in the world, Rick, that kept up with climate, told us another ice age was coming.
Hey, the Earth's cooling. I don't know how, and so I just want you to you got to know all that.
Didn't we go get the story? I have it in my office.
I know you do have it. Yeah. I've seen it. But Time Magazine, all this, you don't understand. The reason why we're saying this, you're going to have to do your own historical research because the time we're living in, we're not seeing journalism, we're seeing propaganda.
Yeah, and I would say,
and you have to understand that.
I would say this too, as I've got a little bit older, I realize every doomsday story is not what it appears.
Oh yeah, because we've had them as long as we've been alive.
After you've been through the skies falling, 1,000 times, it's not near as scary to you as the first 10.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of people out there today that I just wanted to share that gray hair experience with you. Mm-hmm. Tap the brakes. It's hot. Oh, it's hot. It's hot.
Miserably hot.
You're gonna have. Guess what? It's gonna be hot every July. You're gonna have storms. Yeah. You're gonna have hurricanes coming in the very near future. You're gonna have tornadoes. It's part of summer. And should we keep eye on it? I'm fine with that. I'm fine with studying it, looking at it. But I think we need to be fair and honest and not in panic mode all the time.
Well, and that I actually was responding to some things yesterday because I think people were trying to figure out this thing we're doing about being whether you're upset. And somehow, if you're not upset, that somehow is interpreted as you don't care.
Right.
That's not the same thing. And the other thing is sometimes I think people they misinterpret coldness from when you're really looking at sometimes older people that have been through a lot. We're not cold. We're just battle hardened. Mm-hmm. We've seen things that are so tragic and so horrible that we just don't freak out every time something happens because we've seen some really bad things. Yep. You might certainly some of you can deduce that yourself, can't you? I bet some of you can look at this show if you've just been paying attention and know that we've been through some very difficult things. So pardon us if we don't have a meltdown every time we see something that's troubling.
Yeah.
It's called battle hardened. Mm-hmm. It's not cold and uncaring. It's battle hardening.
I can't.
We've seen some really bad things.
I can't help but go back. Of course, it's a comedy. It's a funny movie, Scrooge. Mm-hmm. How they hype up things, and every media outlet is doing that to some degree. It's either clickbait or end of time promo. We begin our broadcast with breaking news. As we come on the air, another disaster just like yesterday.
Right.
And it just gets a little old over time. Don't panic, everybody. It's going to be all right.
I laughed. Didn't even know the January 6 hearings were still in prime time. and Sherry and I laughed about that. We were flipping around and saw it. Sherry said, "What is this?" I said, "You know what's hilarious about you and I saying that? They think this is the center of the universe, and you and I didn't even know it was on."
No.
Yep. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, 28 and a half years worth of Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us. Ever wonder where all those different moments on the Rick and Bubba show, where are they housed, Rick? Well, they're housed on iTunes. Wherever you get music or download your favorite content, just go out there and search Rick and Bubba, and you'll find 28 and a half years worth of best of moments for your consumption, including a children's album that we did years ago. Hey, it's for the kids. So we've got kids right now in 2022 that are being raised on TT and the Potty. Which is hard to believe. Relief Factor, I've already had my first dose today. It is fantastic. How much longer, Rick and Bubba person, will you wait before you go to relieffactor.com? And what, you just want to continue to be in pain? You don't even want to try this? It's 4 botanicals. It's all natural. You're not dealing with, oh my goodness, what about overuse? I'm not supposed to take this like a supplement. No, the over-the-counter stuff, not designed for you to pop it in your mouth, 2 or 3 times a day. There's some side effects that come with that, and that's not on the people who make it because they told you not to do that. So don't do that. Opioids, oh my, the addictive properties of that. So let's try something that's all natural, and the majority of the people that try this, they see results. Does that get you fired up at all? So go to relieffactor.com right now. Get a 3-week quick start pack. Inside 3 weeks, you'll know whether this works for you or not. I hope that it does, like it has for so many people. That's relieffactor.com, $19.95, or go to rickandbubba.com, and you'll find it right there under the sponsors button. Bubba, I don't know whether today in the world of sports, I don't know who to call for us to go to dinner. Is it Kylie Murray? What's his name? Kyler Murray, or Kirby Smart. Which one?
Well,
or a combination. What if we called Kirby Murray?
A lot of money there.
We'd be over $300 million.
There's a lot of coaches out there that could take you to dinner.
Yeah.
Georgia has stepped up, according to ESPN. They're going to pay Kirby Smart a new deal, a 10-year contract that will pay him $112.5 million through 2031. That will be the most ever paid to a college football coach. His average salary of $11.25 million also comes in, or make him the top coach. The university announced a long-anticipated extension Thursday. He will make $10.25 million this season, with his salary rising to $12.25 by 2031.
Good.
So that's $1 million a game.
And this is also going to be good news for Nick Saban. Looking at, we got Brian Kelly. He got 10 years, $95 million. He's going to get $9 million this season.
Mm-hmm.
Jimbo is going to get, he got $90 million over 10 years.
You remember when that deal was announced, people just thought, well, you'll never see anything more than that. And, hey, we blew right by that, didn't we?
Dabo got 10 years, $93 million. And Nick Saban signed an extension that pays him an average of $10.6 million through 2028. So Curb just went ahead of the boss.
So, but didn't at one time Coach Saban have a clause in his that he got a raise if anybody else did? It had to keep him the highest paid.
I think that was Bob Stoops.
Was it Stoops that
I
had
think
that?
it
Somebody had that.
You know what happens on those kind of things? There's urban legend and then there's sports urban legend.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's one of those sports urban legends. Well, I tell you, and you know the guy who told you about it.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? He's having breakfast at the local place. Hey, Saban's got a deal.
Dickie.
You think Dickie's not holding corn? Well, no, Saban's got a deal. Whatever somebody else gets, he gets plus that. Road but you know what? A lot of times, a lot of you may not know this. Most of these coaches have the exact same agent. So he just jumps from school to school, and he goes.
That's who we need to have on the podcast. Speedy is Jimmy Sexton.
I'll tell you who we need to. No, we need Jimmy Sexton to negotiate our next deal. Is what we need. But he, it's cool to have them multiple coaches, and then you play them, the universities, against each other, and you're getting commission on all of it.
Yeah, you win every time.
Little Jimmy, that's a sweet place to be. Isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. Good for him.
Good for you, Jimmy. So, and then, like I said, which one of these, and I think this is pretty easy when we don't know how it's going to go, who made the investment and paid too much? Arizona Cardinals or the Georgia Bulldogs? Did somebody pay too much here? And if one of them did, which one's more likely to have paid too much? I would say the Cardinals.
I can't.
Yeah. $230 million.
Yeah.
We were talking about it. Then you get to reading his stats, and it looks, like a pretty good resume. But I don't keep up with NFL enough to really, in my mind, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
But then you get to breaking it down, you go, well, maybe.
He's
you
one of the
think
most
Mahomes, but you don't think.
He's one of the most exciting players in the NFL. But there again, Mahomes has carried his team to the championship and won it. They play in the Super Bowl, in the AFC Championship almost every year. The Cardinals have not got to that point yet. But he's a great talent.
And I don't follow the Cardinals to go, well, it didn't. He's not the
no
problem. Maybe they have a defense, or maybe they don't have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You go, he's done his part, but nobody else has.
But
I don't know.
But me, as a totally uninformed person, which has never stopped sports fans from us pontificating, we don't have to be informed. We still get to do it.
Right.
Sure.
If you walked up to me and just say, hey, Burge, Kyler Murray, which I haven't seen. I have not seen one Arizona Cardinal game. I can't remember the last time I saw him. I don't think I've ever seen the kid play a whole game. Okay.
What is it about the Cardinals? They're never on.
And it's one of those things, hey, man, what do you think? Who do you think overpaid, Bulldogs or Arizona? I just would immediately say, Arizona. And I have no idea what I'm talking about. It just feels like it.
Yeah.
I got to feel pretty good about the Dogs if I'm in that camp.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to upset Adler, but there's one. I don't think he's tall enough to be worth $230 million.
There you go.
He's too small.
I saw him play in college.
This is football, not hot rock and radio DJ.
When he was at A&M in college, they played at Auburn, and he did. He got pulled like in the second quarter. He wasn't really having that good a game.
He was 18,
and he went to Oklahoma and really blossomed.
He was also playing
as
baseball.
a player.
Right?
Yeah, sure was.
Yeah, but I'm totally
Rick,
uninformed.
Let me tell you this, and then see if this helps at all. Okay, when you look at the top 10 quarterbacks in the league, and you think about Brady coming back, now he's going to be gone at some point. Aaron Rodgers is going to be gone.
He has grandkids.
Exactly. But Matthew Stafford's going to be gone at some point. These are the biggest names in football. But when you start thinking about the young guys, we automatically think of Mahomes. But then we think of Justin Herbert. We think of Josh Allen. We think of Kyler Murray. We think of Joe Burrow. So when those are really the guys we need to compare him against and think, okay, is he worth this money compared to these guys? Because these guys will be the mainstays in the next few years.
No, I heard you say that in the kickoff hour, and that was the moment in my truck that I was okay.
Okay.
Because I thought I'm not comparing him to Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
I'm not comparing him to Tom Brady.
Yeah.
I'm comparing him to those guys.
And I don't know if this is a going rate or overpaid or whatever. I don't know how this compares to Mahomes' money because I know he got a nice one. Yeah,
we went over that.
I mean, I don't know exactly to a T what it looks like, but
Watson's is the one that looks like it's out there on the limb.
That's what I don't
because
understand.
of the guarantee and not knowing if he's even going to get to play or not.
If Deshaun Watson doesn't get taken to jail, I like him over Kyler Murray, but I have to worry that he's going to jail.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, now he doesn't go to jail. I think I'd rather have him.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's been sitting out.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like if he can play like he's capable of.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're very comparable.
They are. There's something about little Kyler running around though that just
That's a
doesn't.
bib to you.
Well, it just doesn't feel like that's a mainstay in the NFL.
I'm with you.
That I'm gonna have this quarterback for years.
All right, let me ask you this.
You know,
Franchise guy.
and we're always gonna be in the hunt for the championship. It just doesn't feel that way.
It doesn't.
You're the GM of the Cardinals today, and on the table you have Dak Prescott and Kyler Murray. Who are you going with?
Dak Prescott.
Okay.
I tell you, I like Kyler. I don't know if he can hold up long term because of the size, but he's very exciting. He's like the Johnny Manziel that can stay on the field.
What team am I putting him on? I think that's what I need to know too.
Well, I said GM of the Cardinals, but it could be any team. I mean,
can I put him on a team that maybe that doesn't have that uniform and can get to the championship more?
Let's do this. Let's say you're the GM of the Minnesota Vikings. Let's put it that way. Who do you spend your money on?
Well, if I'm at the Minnesota Vikings, I'm trying to find a way not to spend money because it's not going to matter anyway. We're going to get beat.
Yeah.
That's a good answer. Right. Try to find a buyer.
You've beat me down so bad as a Viking.
Well,
I mean,
they beat all of us down.
But you know what I mean. Will he become one of those where you're like every year there he is warming up and you're like, wow, he's ready to play? Yeah. But maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but again, I'm a sports guy, so it doesn't matter. Sports people don't have to be informed. We just spout off anyway. We'll even call a show and let you hear about it.
And be passionate about it.
15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba.
make something or create something new. Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Traffic.
Right.
This wagon commute is killing me. You mind if I turn on your old radio?
Oh, this song again. I swear they play the same 3 chants on every station.
At this rate, it's going to take a fortnight to get to work.
Well, just be glad you don't need to fill up. I mean, have you seen the price of hay?
Mm-hmm.
Throughout history, people have always hated to commute. That's why Monster lets you search work-from-home jobs. Find your job at monster.com or download the app.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I thought learning a language would be too much work. Then I discovered Babbel. They make learning fun. J'aime Babbel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes. And in 3 short weeks, you turn around and realize, hey, I can actually speak another language. Es como magia.
My friend from Italy said my accent and pronunciation is perfect. It's because Babbel's lessons are designed by language teachers and voiced by real native speakers.
I love that there's all kinds of ways to learn. Babbel's podcast or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
You learn words and phrases you actually use in real conversations.
In 3 weeks, I was speaking another language. So easy.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than Babbel.
To try Babbel free, text radio to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000 to try Babbel free. Text radio to 64,000.
In life, there are good surprises and bad surprises. Finding $20, good surprise. Car breaking down, bad surprise. But when you have a protection plan through CarShield, those bad surprises are easier to handle. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or headaches. Just choose the mechanic you want to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. And here's a good surprise. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Lock in your price by getting covered today. And how about this? It'll never go up. CarShield helps make surprises of your car breaking down easier to handle. Get coverage like we did. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 1-800-391-8888. I know we've talked about this phenomenon a lot, and I've never been able to defeat it. I know you haven't because we've talked about it, and I'm working my way through it, getting things started this hour. So we were at practice yesterday, and I made a miscalculation. You know, we have been practicing indoors, and I got the word that we're going outdoors because we got our first game coming up Friday night. So we're going outdoors. Well, all I had on, it's not freezing where we are, but it's cool. Mm-hmm. And you're fine until that last half of practice when we start diving into the night.
Yeah.
So all I had on was a T-shirt. It was long sleeve, but that's all I had on. So in the last 30 minutes of being out there, I was getting kind of cold. You know, not freezing, but I'm, you know. And then I get the text, that wonderful, wonderful text from my wife, "Dear Chili on the stove." And I thought, oh, I'm going home to Chili. I'm going home to Chili. And so we load up and we start headed that way. And you all know where I'm going with this because we've all been there. Hey, what is this phenomenon that we can't wait to? Ten minutes to the top of the hour. I said a good turn to bad, bad turn to misery, yeah. All right, as we work our way back, speaking of Charles, you heard Charles bringing us out of the break.
Speedy, it's your time to shine.
Yeah, it's your, you know, Speedy, you're mastering your Charles Barkley impression.
Yeah.
And and Charles, you know, there's a lot of things that Charles and I and Bubba, we don't agree with, but there's things he says that I go, thank you, Charles, for being a breath of fresh air. And he's talking about something that we've talked about on the show so many times: selective outrage. And that is, there's no consistency to my outrage things. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, it's coming up at one of the Trump resorts.
Yeah, this
starts
is
today. Doesn't
this
it?
is a double
is it
whammy.
Today or is it next week?
It
may be.
It's a LIV tournament at a Trump resort. Well, that is a double whammy right there.
That's the Hydra.
You know, they started over, I think, in England. Then they went to Portland, and then now they're going to be there.
So, Speedy, what does Charles say about it?
Well, Rick,
That may have been the worst one.
I just had lunch with Greg Norman.
He's not a Southern gentleman.
Speedy. Frank Caliendo's safe on his career. Speedy's not going to get it.
Everybody calm down. I told Subway, Capital One, and Dick Sports, I said, hold on now.
Yeah, he's got him as Southern gentleman. It's Foghorn Leghorn.
Let's let this thing play out.
It's terrible.
That's so good.
Do it for me, Rick, so I can.
No, I
thought that was a clip.
I think I'm gonna stop doing it and just let you do it. It's just too good.
Oh, Rick, well, Bubba.
This man, Speedy, don't even sound like me.
There we go. I got it. Thanks, Rick.
Always started terrible. It's just terrible.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rick.
I don't know who that is.
I don't either. But for some reason, it's hilarious.
Oh, it's great. Face comes with it.
So Barkley met with Greg Norman and the LIV crew.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's in a panic because he sit down with them. Sponsors are calling him. Listen to this
Everybody
quote.
needs to calm down.
This is what's funny. He said, talking about his sponsors, he said, they checked in with me. I told Subway, Capital One, and Dick's Sporting Goods, I said, wait a minute, I haven't signed anything. I haven't met with a guy yet. Let's just let this thing play out before you call me all upset.
I just said that.
That was better.
That was better.
Are you not listening to me?
now he's gone too far.
Now we've lost it again.
I
don't understand why Subway and Capital One and Dick's Sporting Goods. Just wait a minute. Okay, let me call Bubba first.
Barkley was also dismissive about the concept of the LIV golfers taking blood money from Saudi Arabia. Mm-hmm. He said, I told Greg Norman, listen, they're making up words like blood money and sports washing. I said, we have all taken blood money, and we've all sports washed something. So I don't like those words, to be honest with you. If you're in pro sports, you're taking some type of money from not a great cause.
That's right.
But he's 100% right. There's no consistency to this, and
you
especially
you can't be upset with Saudi Arabia when you're promoting the NBA in China.
No,
I mean it's just come on.
Well, they'll go. We don't like Trump, but we're fine with China. We don't like the Middle East. Sometimes. Now remember, it's not all the time,
right?
And then it's just totally. He's right. You can't be consistent with it.
And if you're just looking country to country, Saudi Arabia is more of a ally with us because of their military position and the fact that we sell them a lot of planes and we, do a lot of joint military things with them.
Biden was just there, got COVID.
Well, I was about to say, other than them giving the president COVID, other than them giving Biden COVID, they're actually. But anyway, that whole thing with Biden and COVID, they don't know what in the world to say or do.
So
you couldn't boost this guy anymore.
And what I like too, Barkley said that. Let's see, he said I love in the perfect scenario, I would love to do both TNT and LIV. He told the Post. I don't know how Turner sponsors would feel about it. I don't know if there's going to be blowback. And he said it would have to be an incredible offer to get him to leave what he's already doing,
which is great for Charles to say.
That's the way you say it.
That's exactly the way you say it. Negotiating tactic there.
Said, it would have to be incredible.
Yeah, it would be.
To walk away from his
it's going to have to be one
income.
of them deals, where everybody, I have to say, get over it.
Well, the PGA Tour is going to have to get over it because what they've done is this is their only argument at this point because they can't match the money. So they got two arguments: this, hey, you're taking blood money, or you're not growing the game like we are. And they have convinced LIV Golf has convinced 10 major champions, 20 major victories. Okay. 4 of the number 1 players in the world to join this thing.
You didn't even
and
mention
they
Faraday.
Have no, David Faraday.
What about David Faraday?
What about David Faraday?
What about David Faraday?
One of the most likable broadcasters on the planet they've convinced to come to this.
What
thing.
about
and
David
can I
Faraday?
tell you another thing I don't like? Can I tell you another thing I don't like? It really,
What do you think, Bubba?
It really upsets me when people are impassioned about it, but the person who's impassioned about it will never, under any circumstance, be in this dilemma.
Oh, I know.
You're
right. You're right, by the way.
I want people who really are going to get an offer.
Yeah.
Now, if they stand up and say, I can't do this based on my convictions, then I respect that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to hear what somebody has to say that LIV is never going to offer an opportunity. I mean, you're not in that situation.
Well,
hey, it's easy to
say,
be passionate about something I'm not struggling with.
You can even say that about the greatest player of all time, Tiger Woods, who has turned down, they say, nearly $1 billion.
Right.
And they go, well, at least he's
Just
standing
wait.
by it. That's not why. The reason you're not, Tiger, is because you can't play in eight events a year.
That's
Your
right.
body will not hold up.
That's
It's
right.
easy
He's not
for
up
you
to
to
the
say
challenge.
And he already has $1 billion.
Bubba, he can't do what they require. Bubba.
Tell them what you
Look
think,
at Rory.
I mean, it's,
where's Bubba?
the fact that Tiger's in this situation is just terrible.
So let me ask you this, Hams. Let's break this apart a little further.
Terrible.
Oh, breaking it down.
The LIV is using money that comes from Saudi Arabia's public investment fund.
Mm-hmm.
You know, really, we could even argue the fact that the people who have made the Saudis rich are us by buying gasoline.
100%. This is oil money.
I mean, it all goes back in a circle again. And do y'all remember, like, when Sinclair first discovered oil over there? They had nothing. I mean, it was tents and goat herding, you know? I mean, and we've made them rich in the oil business. So
The Prince has done well.
they're using that money. Why can't the PGA match them? Do they don't have this kind of money, are you saying?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Then the PGA maybe ought to open a public trust where people could invest in it and raise money like a corporation would go public.
Yeah. People, Bubba, have been telling them this for years, trying to tell them, you're not taking care of your
It's like
players.
NASA, what
you're
you
not
trying to tell NASA?
And they have said, no, they're fine. Nobody can handle and do what we're doing. We'll be good. And
It's more like the NCAA, really, in my mind.
100%. You nailed that a couple weeks ago when you said that.
Yeah. The NCAA is making themselves irrelevant.
Yeah.
They are.
Well, when you're in total control of a situation, it's hard to move forward with change that you don't see necessary. And then all of a sudden you get put into a reactive thing where you have to react. And now they're chasing LIV.
Yeah. And unfortunately, there's no catching them at this point. If someone gives them a TV deal, which I do think's coming within the next year, and I don't know who it'll be.
It'll be
whatever,
a monster, too.
But when it happens, the PGA Tour is in trouble. And you're going to see some of these guys that have been outspoken about staying leaving.
Yeah, you can even
They're
see
not
right
having a
now
choice.
where they stream off their website, but also they have their own YouTube channel. And if you ever go and watch the numbers that it says that are viewing it, it's on up there. So
PGA needs to reach out and get public investment of their own right now and do it quickly and up the money they're paying big time.
All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big. Your response and more Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, Bubba, you, I know, have, you moved one time in Jacksonville, then you moved from Jacksonville to Birmingham.
That's right, Rick.
And inside Birmingham, you moved, what, twice?
Twice. Let's see. You mean one here, then down the hill, then where I am now? Yeah. 3.
So, was that a blast?
You know, we're dealing with that with the kids right now, and no, it's not a blast.
It's not a blast.
I would have to say anti-blast on that.
How about 2 double thumbs down? On
a big fat 0.
Right, on having to move. But let me tell you something. Why don't you? There's also the issue if this involves a home. Who am I going to get to kind of be the agent to put all this together for me, to keep me updated on what's going on, to help me out with some potential pitfalls? How much have I got to have it closing? Is there a way to make it less? Am I getting the most for the home I'm selling? Am I overpaying for this home? See, there's a lot to consider. So what we have done is we have put together realestateagentsitrust.com. You go there, and our team has vetted out real estate agents wherever you are right now. Okay, and these are real estate agents with long track records of success in taking care of people. These are people that have been around. They have the connections. They know the process. There's no part-timers. There's no beginners. Nothing like that. No multiple business cards. I do something else on the side. This is what they do, and they're the best in their field. So you get peace of mind with that. So go to realestateagentsitrust.com today. Provide us with some basic information. And then our team's going to contact you, make an introduction to our preferred agent wherever you are now enjoying the Rick and Bubba Show. The chili is cool before we start eating it.
You got to burn your mouth.
Why do we have to burn our tongues?
Because we
Why
want it
must
so
we
bad.
burn our mouths? What? Just hold up a minute. Just hold up a minute. Get a spoonful of it and blow on it a little bit. I mean, and I as soon as I did it, I'm like, well, I've done it again. Yeah. And I'm just and I can't make myself stop.
We must have it.
Yeah, but what is that? You just can't wait.
So Tubbs is hungry.
Oh, Chubbalicious has got to get in that chili. He's got to get in it now. He had his cheese and his
Big
Fritos.
Tasty's got to have a bite.
Hey,
huh?
he had his melted cheese and his Fritos just like he liked it.
And you walked into that
and he
smell,
couldn't stop.
too. Oh.
Well, you got to be careful, too, because you put the Fritos in too quick and it's too hot, they'll get soggy.
Yeah.
So it all has to work.
It has to be art, Rick. That's why I don't like eating contests. I mean, you're just slopping it down.
Yeah. So
you know?
and as I'm sitting here today with that old where you wake up the next morning, your tongue's all burnt. I'm like, what's my problem? Why can't I pull that off? And then I do this today, and we've talked about this over the years, and it's nothing compared to some of the things that Bubba you said you've done on the way in. So also last night, part of going outdoors. Well, what do you come in? You come in with dirty shoes, and I got eat up. I mean, got eat up bad, tracking grass everywhere. So I went outside, banged my shoes together, and put them in the garage. You know what I mean? Because they were clean, but they still weren't cleaned up. If she saw them somewhere, she'd still say some down the side, whatever. So this morning, I get dressed. I roll out there, get in the truck, and I'm rolling down the road. All of a sudden, I start noticing on the pedals. I'm like, hey, I don't have any shoes on. and I got headed off to work, and have any shoes on.
No way.
Yeah, turned around, went back. Said, my gosh, you just left with no shoes on. I'm talking about never even. Never didn't. I mean, not. I wasn't apprehensive about getting in the truck. I mean, or anything. It was just like, hey, I'm headed on to work. I am shoeless Joe Jackson. Here we go.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I had to turn around. Now you pulling up people's driveway and they're creeped out.
Oh, yeah. Dogs barking.
Yeah,
I've had no shirt on.
Yeah,
I've had toothpaste in my hair.
Yeah,
I have almost brushed my teeth with Waxworks.
Oh yeah.
A lot of times just sitting at a red light trying to figure out where I'm going, and that's not recent. That was back years ago. Yeah. I think I used to actually sleep part of the way in the morning.
When you did the Greg commute?
Yeah, well, no, when we used to work in Gadsden, I commuted from Jacksonville. When I got on 431, I think I slept most of the way.
I had a 45-minute commute, and it was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad, especially when I looked up sometimes and I wasn't anywhere near where we worked. I don't know where I was headed. I mean, it's like you're talking about, like you just have something off the spine. I'm like, Rick, last time I checked, there's no need to go to Atlanta.
Yeah.
And I don't know why you're headed that way.
Yeah.
What in the world am I doing on 20? But no, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's very concerning, guys.
Yeah.
Very, very concerning. So anyway, has anybody? I guess no one's defeated the eating soup or chili or whatever it is before it's too hot.
No,
you just
gotta wait.
I mean, that's just gonna happen.
Yeah,
that's just part of it.
I almost burned my tongue this morning on the chicken leg.
Yeah. Hey, that chili was good too. No, if you got a little chill on you, it's even better.
Very
That's
good.
why they call it chili. Eat it
Chili Willy.
Eat it while you chili. When we come back, Dan Moultrie's here. We'll jump in. Great stuff to give away today.
A lot of fun on the show today, Rick. Fun.
More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll get to some phone calls this hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming up this weekend. Chris Moore, our guest. He played 3 seasons, got 3 of the 4 runs to the Super Bowl with the Buffalo Bills, and we talk about what it was like for that franchise to go 4 times in a row and never win. There certainly have people who have won more Super Bowls and been more times, but is there anybody else that has gone 4 times in a row? That's hard to put together. Even the Patriots have never done that. So anyway, we talked to him about that this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. And, yes, we even have a conversation about he was with the Bills long enough to be there for the Music City Miracle as well, or as Chris Moore calls it, when the Titans cheated. So anyway, that'll.
He's going with it was a forward pass.
Oh, he's not saying this up for consideration.
Yeah.
He's claiming even the way where we were standing, we couldn't see how blatant it really was. So anyway, we'll talk to him about that. It's a great
podcast.
Fun.
It's a lot of fun.
All right, so I know that we'll get to some phone calls coming up here in the next segment, but I know we've been a little sports heavy today, but some of that because there's some really interesting sports news today, and the fact that some of this other stuff you just get kind of tired of talking about. But we will get to some of the other stuff too, and your phone calls.
But until then, more sports.
But until then, Sports Talk 690 continues. You had it in the kickoff hour, and you're having it in the big show. We're just continuing.
Yeah, there's a lot of sports news today.
Yeah.
Major League Baseball will now allow advertising, Rick, on uniforms and helmets. The commissioner said back at a meeting, he told Baseball Writers Association of America on Tuesday that advertising has just become a reality. It's going to be a part of professional sports. A lot of sports were already doing this anyway.
Yeah.
And under the new labor contract, teams will be allowed to add a uniform and helmet advertising patches. The San Diego Padres in April became the first team to announce a deal for 2023 with Motorola.
Did it say how much it was?
Let's see. I don't see that.
No numbers
here.
there. They're saying it right. This is the bottom line. If the Major League Players Association says we're going to get paid X amount of dollars, this happens with any business. If everybody says we have to be paid at least this, or we're out, then you know what you have to do? You have to look at your revenue, and if your revenue can't provide what the people that you need to play the game or to run your business, if you can't meet their demands, you got to find more revenue.
Yeah.
It's
creative.
Yeah, and you got to find revenue.
Yep.
So they're finding revenue in other streams, which we've all had to do that.
Yeah, and they're struggling right now with attendance. Numbers post-pandemic and lockout aren't what they were pre-COVID levels. Now, they did say that they're up about 70% from last year, but they're still trying to figure out, you got the economy and people cutting costs and the expenses of going to games and stuff, they're having to get creative as far as revenue goes. But the attendance right now, an article out today is that it's struggling post-pandemic.
One of the things about baseball, and I love baseball, that was my sport growing up, but when it first came America's pastime, it pretty much was an all-afternoon event. And I think people went to the ballpark to spend the day almost. And now with, everybody's got to be 6 places and all that, the time required to go to a game, and you've seen Major League Baseball try to speed this up. They've tried to do this faster, do that faster. And TV has some pressure on them to do that too. But it's trying to change with the times, and not always meeting those goals. It's tough, but it's a great sport. I think it'll be fine, but they're going to have to keep working on it.
The last 10 or 15 years, and the kids 10 or 15 years ago, when I say kids, I mean the 5-10-year-olds are now that 20, 25, and they've had a screen in front of them, and they've been looking at things in minute segments. I want to watch this Dude Perfect video. It's 8 minutes. I want to watch this particular show. It's 20 minutes. They're not trained to go to a ball game for 2, 3, 4 hours and actually, they don't enjoy that because it's not what they've grew up doing. And I don't know how you change that. I think that's
the purists are going to have to realize that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They are. And they also made another really good point in this article. They say Major League Baseball relies more than other professional sports leagues on out-of-town fans. I mean, most fans going to baseball games are traveling from other cities to go to that, and they're like, with gas prices, expensive airline tickets, everything going up, that's hurt a little bit. But
these contract numbers, that we're seeing in all the sports, I mean, that money doesn't come out of the air. They have to find that in ticket sales, and TV contracts, and shared, what do they call it when the
shared revenue?
Yeah, the shared revenue of the big schools, the luxury tax, I think they call it.
Yep.
On some of them, it's amazing. And another story today talking about the changing of the times.
Is Greg okay?
How about electric racing? NASCAR says it's going to have a race with electric cars, EV racing.
Don't they already have that in fields out in the middle of towns everywhere? I mean, do we really want to see this? What's next?
That'll be different.
The crew chief's gonna have a remote in his hand.
I know.
The cars that they're talking about using will be modified Cup Series cars with fully electric, all-wheel drive powertrains rated near 1,000 horsepower. 1,000 horsepower compared to the 670 horsepower V8s used in conventional vehicles. So, and they're going to have what is it, Greg? They're going to try it basically in L.A., right?
Yeah, I think when they in the Coliseum again.
Yeah. Greg hated
the Busch Clash.
And Greg hated
whatever the Clash is.
Greg hated that Coliseum thing.
Yeah, it was too tight. It wasn't good racing. And now we're going to put electric cars in.
Will it be the strangest thing? Will be they won't be making any sound. It'll just be.
Do you know there's a plan for them to put sound in there? Just like the movie we saw that time.
Yeah,
and the way, like y'all said in the kickoff hour, where you put playing cards in the spokes of your spokes of your bicycle,
or they gonna have a guy on the microphone. Whoa! You ever when you're a kid and you play with cards?
Yeah, right. It's do we need to
break?
Do we need to find that guy that does all sounds with his mouth and make him do it?
Yeah,
that's true. The old police academy guy.
Yeah, whatever.
So how do you think this will go over, Greg? And
this is nothing but they're throwing a bone out there because they know it may be if you go by green standards, maybe the most ungreen sport there is, and they got to do something.
How about this? No pit stops.
Yes, it's not going to be long enough because if you think about it, they don't need fuel, but if it's a long race, you probably need tires, but they'll never need fuel.
That'll be strange.
That's really weird.
You hear the field come by.
Do you think this is where they can look at all the pressure they're going to get from climate people and go, look, we're working on it. Look, you see we're working on it.
Do they need to do this, though? I mean, seriously, do they? Because no one, I've not yet met a NASCAR fan that said, if they're going to get this situated, man, I'm out.
Right.
I'm moving on to Indy.
Well, it goes back.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, it goes back. Don't cater. I've never believed in catering to an audience that hates you anyway.
Yeah.
What am I going to do to get people who hate what NASCAR does to come to a NASCAR race, and they really just hate the whole thought of it.
Well,
it's never going to be enough.
I need to play to the people that like it. Yeah.
I'm going to take an opposite view on this, and I'll tell you why. We were critical of the PGA not moving quick enough. Maybe NASCAR's just saying, look, eventually, if we keep going this way, we're going to have all EV cars anyway. We might as well start racing them. Because the oddity will be cars that are engine cars, one of these days, and it's going to take a while to get this up to speed and get all the kinks worked out.
Because back in the heyday, especially now, they've got this. Everybody has this thing. They still say Chevy, Ford, Toyota, and all that, but they're really basically
barely.
But in the old days, remember the dealers, the car manufacturers sold cars based off wins, and they actually could see it. If they won on Sunday, they sold cars.
100% agree with your argument. I just wish they'd say it the way you did,
right?
Instead of playing to the climatologist.
Plus, they've got an obstacle here. The race is only going to be 30 minutes because of the battery life. What are you going to do? Change batteries?
Well, they could go. I know they could go 250, 275 on the charge pretty easy.
But now is that running wide open like that?
I don't know.
Rick and Bubba.
Wow. I discovered something yesterday I didn't even think was possible.
What's that?
I was just taken back by it. It is Davis Cup week here in town, and the international tennis event. We have the United States team and the Switzerland team in town, and they're going through practice and the various events that leads up to Friday's beginning, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And by the way, great event even if you're not a tennis fan. Just international sports competition. It's fun. Come on down, and there'll be plenty of tennis people there. They can explain it to you if you don't know what's going on.
Right.
So
30 live.
Yesterday, quiet please.
It looks like you try to get that other person to miss the ball.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You want it's keep away.
Right. Yeah.
Let.
So, but the great thing about Davis Cup, it ain't like the tennis you see on TV because it's more like a basketball.
It's
game. You
rowdy,
get to
Rick.
Make a lot of noise.
Yep.
And there'll be a rowdy. There won't be a ton of them, but there'll be a very rowdy Swiss crowd that comes in here. And, buddy, they are noisy. They bring their tambourines, and they get rowdy.
Well, how about that?
Swiss. They say it different than we do. If you ever, and they spell it different, which I think is funny.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know they got some strategy, but it's got holes in it.
Okay. Okay.
You know,
some of you are just getting that.
In part of that process,
I bet we go through them like Swiss cheese.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I was going to do an interview yesterday with Roy S. Johnson, who writes for our digital newspaper in our state, AL.com. And Roy is he's a pretty famous writer. Quite frankly, he's so famous, I don't know what he's doing working here. You know what I mean? It's but he's wrote for the New York Times. He works for ESPN. He was the managing editor of Fitness Magazine, Men's Fitness, which is a pretty big magazine. Now, I've never read it, but I understand that's a big deal.
Is that where you get your tips?
And, you know what? We had a great conversation about that yesterday. He said, you talked about the pressure to stay in shape if you're the editor of that magazine.
Yeah, I've seen it laying on some tables, but I've never looked at it.
And I'll tell you what he said about that. It was funny. So anyway, we're going to do this interview, and because schedules and he's running, I'm running, we end up meeting at a local yogurt shop for a few minutes. And, those are great places to meet to do interviews. I don't know if you knew that or not.
I did not know that.
And I went up, and I was just going to get me just a tiny little cup of vanilla to get, to eat so I could justify sitting in their nice establishment to do an interview. And I'm working through, and I got there a few minutes before Roy did. So I said, I got somebody else I'm meeting here, and they may want to get something too. And she said, well, I don't have to check you out. I can open a tab.
What?
Open a tab for you.
A frozen yogurt tab?
And I said, y'all have tabs at the yogurt shop? Open tab?
Oh, my goodness.
I almost teared up.
My goodness. I
thought, so I can just keep going back and pay it once when I leave?
Right.
I thought, well, how special?
We're running tabs at a yogurt. Well, that thing's going to be full of.
Is this just a special deal for you, Bubba?
No, she said she that's what I don't think she, I say knew who I was. You know what I mean? I don't think I got any special treatment there. I was just a fat guy eating yogurt.
No, let me tell you what this is. We all saw the TV show Cheers. Norm.
Yeah.
This is yogurt shop Norm. Right?
Yeah. So it's not she knew
How's
you were
everybody?
Bubba.
How's everybody today? How's the dog?
Norm.
Yeah. She saw the body type. That's what it was.
Hey, y'all, he's back. He's running a tab.
A tab at a yogurt shop.
It goes back.
That carried you back to college for a minute. Run a tab.
Run a tab. It reminds me of one of the funniest lines. And I don't have it right.
Is that NSA vanilla?
is the character Norm on Cheers when he said he'd had a dream the night before, and they said, what was it? He said, I dreamed I was coming in here and I was drinking beer and I didn't have to pay for it. And they said, well, Norm, what in the world is different than the dream than your real life? He goes, well, in my dream I could fly.
That's funny.
Minutes past the hour, and there go all 10 lines. They're open. And it's time for us to talk to you, the greatest, most powerful, most influential, best-looking, listening, and viewing audience in the world. It's time for the people to speak. And it's your time to do it at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines available right now. The real Greg Burgess taking calls. Hey, minions, don't get bogged down. We just need to know what you want to say so Greg can get you up there and get other calls. So not only is there a good opportunity with 10 lines giving you massive opportunities, once you're in the chute, we're limiting the calls to 30 seconds. That means it will get to your call quicker. As you are dialing, some things you need to know. Kevin Derryberry. We love Kev. He's going to be out and about speaking at a man church coming up this weekend. Hello to Warrior, Alabama, where you hear us on 104.7 WZZK. Kevin Derryberry speaking at your next man church. If you'd like to find out more about what's going on, you're welcome to be a part of this. It's this Sunday night. Details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. August the 6th. I'll be speaking at a man church, Crestview, Florida. First Baptist Church, Crestview, where you're welcome to join us. August the 12th, Finger, Tennessee. This is ticketed. They do need an RSVP there for Rich Wingo, who'll be speaking at their next man church at Old Friendship Baptist Church there in Finger, Tennessee. And then on the 21st of August, I'll be at LaGrange, Georgia, First Baptist Church on the Square. They just started the Man Church Discipleship Strategy from themanchurch.com, and I'll be at their Man Church coming up on August the 21st. Find all the details there at themanchurch.com. All right, so let's start with Greg listening to Sunny 105 out of Gulf Shores. Greg, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
What are they going to do when they got 35 cars running around Talladega at 200 mile an hour and they have the big one and they get all them batteries shorted out and battery explosions? What do you think that's going to do to them tracks?
Well, that we were talking about that. Batteries can pose a problem, but so can gasoline and gas tanks. So they've engineered those with those internal bladders now that really help to minimize that. And I'm sure, until you start doing it, need is the mother of innovation. So you'll see improvements in that too, I think.
Let's go to Phil in Birmingham.
Sounds like Greg's having a good time.
He's having a blast. Yeah. Phil, listen to 104.7 WZZK. Phil, go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins. How y'all doing?
We're fired up and ready.
Good. I got a little brother about 5-6 years younger than me, and he's come back from college all swole up and jacked and everything, and he's getting loud. And I gotta show him I'm still the big brother. What can I do without whipping that A to show him I'm a big dog?
Yeah, well,
I'll hang up and listen.
Look, I've lived that. I can't tell you the times I've had to put Greg back in his place. I mean, there's a time they'll make a run at you, especially if they think they got a little swole. What you have to do is just remind him of the whippings of the past, and ask him, is he willing to experience that again? And just tell him that, look, you're proud of him, you're glad he's grown up a little bit, but he's still not ready for you. Right. And you just kind of keep him at bay. Say, this is you're hey man, look at you, you're doing better. You encourage him, but you're just not quite ready for me.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't do this. Don't make a run. I'm still the dominant line here. Don't make a run at me, because it'll break your heart.
Yeah, because last time you got whooped, you went, well, I was a little kid.
Right.
Don't make the last time you got whooped like this week.
Yeah, and then you say things.
Yeah.
They say things
because it makes you feel better when it was a long time in the past.
Right. Yeah. Let's don't put a new one on the board.
Right.
And then also think about this: when you got whipped by me when we were younger, that what's worse then, or now that you come back swollen and it happens again.
Right. Yeah.
Now that's really gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Yeah. You're Jim strong. I'm life strong.
Right. Yeah. You hadn't lived long enough to
over here.
You hadn't lived long enough to take me. Yeah. There's the weight room doesn't have what I have in there. Spencer, South Carolina, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I got a question for you about Gary.
Okay.
Could you give us a preview of what it would sound like if Gary and Beth Mowens called a football game together?
A football
game? I thought he was going to do an electric race. I didn't know.
I was really looking forward to that.
Right. Hey, Beth, let me tell you something. I mean, this is my little grandson out here playing. And I mean, he's a pretty good ball player. Gary, I wonder in the heat they're going to be doing timeouts. Well, I mean, a lot of people, like Rick and Bubba don't know what it's like to work out in this, Beth. And see, I get out in the sun every day and do work, and they don't understand it. Girl, you're saying that you're kind of acclimated. Well, I don't know what that word means, but I can stand the heat. Robin in Alabama. Robin, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. How are you?
Fired up, Robin. That's all we know.
Shout out to the tubers. Hey, Rick, my husband saw an incident Monday where you left your daddy in the rain over at UAB in St. Vincent. But he also, when you tried to help your daddy out of the truck, your daddy gave him that look like, I ain't need no help.
Yeah, you need to know the rule there. We were there at going to the podiatrist office there at Ortho Sports Medicine. My daddy will not be hurried in the rain, and he made it clear to us that men don't run in the rain. So I didn't leave Daddy in the rain. He ain't going to move quickly in the rain because he says, I don't like the way that looks on men hurrying like the rain's going to get them. And I said, yes, sir. So I picked up a little more tempo just by age to get out of the rain. But he is going to get out of the truck on his own and walk in the building, and he will not run in the rain. He's not going to have an umbrella. So that's just me knowing that this was there was no leaving him there. This was getting out of his way, and that's his preference. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, that was a blast on Monday. Sure was. Let's go to Mike in Alabama. Mike, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, how about it?
Am I the right mic?
Yes, you're on. You're on. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, I didn't know if y'all would be interested in talking about this or not a few seconds, but the WC Handy Festival will be starting tonight, and it's like 4 cities. It's most show.
I'm afraid that's a meaningless shout-out. So, sorry, Cody.
Can I ask you a question? So if I'm talking to y'all,
y'all are actually
and you're
communicating
interacting,
back
and I
forth.
go, am I the right mic? Who would he think he's talking to? I'm sorry, Mike. I'm just asking.
Maybe he thinks there's still some call screening going on.
Maybe on his end it's a little confusing.
I had that same question.
Right.
I fought saying it, but I see you did.
Maybe it's on that other end.
But that is a meaningless shout out.
Yeah.
Cody in Alabama. Cody, go.
Great anchors, guys.
Thanks for the call, buddy.
104.9 WZZK Sports Talk.
Yes. You're on our sports talk show. Go ahead.
So, Patrick Mahomes, he had a situation, I think it was with his fiance or wife or whatever, and I think it was his brother or his dad or something, and they're not allowed at games anymore. Do y'all know anything about that?
I said Speedy's making a gesture right now. I didn't know about that.
Didn't they get in a fuss or something?
Hilarious.
Well, I thought his brother acted up or something, but the funny one though is he and his wife are in an argument of some kind. They're just a disagreement. Let's say that, and they're on the front row of a basketball game. You can't really hide that you're kind of mad at each other and you're bickering a little bit. But I think I remember something about his brother and something happened. I don't know if it was that argument between he and his wife.
So he's not letting his brother sit in the.
Yeah, I'll look at it
anymore.
I got a flicker of memory here.
This doesn't feel weird to me. This doesn't feel weird to me at all.
So many times you see a brother that's a handle.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So they saw you.
Or the time they asked him to help move something, and he said he had somewhere to go. He didn't want to work up a sweat, and he took his jacket off, and he's already soaking wet. That's funny stuff. That's good stuff. Okay, there you go.
So that's you. You're Norm of the yogurt shop.
You know, just the fact, I don't know why that hit me. I go, I can run a tab in here.
Gosh, I bet you lit up like a little light, didn't you?
Can I just put my card on?
So I want to be sure I have this right. You were interviewed by a guy who used to be the editor?
Yeah, I think he was a managing editor.
Managing editor of Men's Health Magazine.
Men's Fitness.
Men's Fitness.
Which is, I've seen it. I'm like you, I see it a lot.
On tables
I never looked at it.
And then he comes into a yogurt shop where you've run a tab.
Yes.
Okay,
that's just good.
I just want to make sure I had it right.
Can't write it.
Yeah.
You know, we did get to talking about weight.
It's gold right there.
We got to talking about weight and laughing about it, and he said, and he was kind of from the school that I'd had success with. He said, it's really not as complicated as we make it. It's math.
Of course it's not.
He said, you know, most of the portions they serve in the United States is for 2 people. He said, he had a rule, take half of it home. and said he could pretty much eat what he wanted to.
Yep.
Of course, I came from school of clean your plate.
Right.
And get a tab.
And run a tab at the yogurt shop.
Put it on my tab, ma'am. I'll get back with you.
How many toppings you put on?
I went, listen, I knew going in that I had to go very light with this,
So what did that mean?
I had NSA vanilla and just a sprinkling of Butterfinger. Just a sprinkling.
Cutting back a little bit.
Usually I get the big cup.
Do you think they list that in Men's Fitness magazine?
I get
just
the big
sprinkle
cup.
a little bit of Butterfinger
Yeah,
on?
I get the big cup usually just because I like having the room in there,
Yeah.
But I probably ate the smallest little yogurt treat I've ever had yesterday. It was just tiny.
Well, boy, I tell you what, you were on the road to fitness.
I was cutting back, but I didn't like it.
Right. Yeah. You didn't?
Yeah, I have a problem leaving a table while I'm still hungry. I just wasn't brought up that way.
Well, you know what?
You're making up for it with that chest hair today.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, bringing it back.
I can't help it, y'all.
You know what
That's
you
just
got?
what it is.
You got that undershirt on like our pawpaw used to wear.
I know,
And
the
remember
V-neck.
his old gray hair coming up top of it?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Oh, don't button it up.
You've really turned into
You got
somebody's
the
pawpaw.
ladies excited.
You know? So
And we need
there was a time where women wasn't really impressed with the guy that had a slick chest. That's
So-
kind of a new thing here lately.
So what is the did he interview the face of tennis? Did you?
Yeah, we had a great
Over
conversation
some
about
yogurt?
it, and promotion. There's no telling, how it'll be read when it comes out. I told him, I said, please don't get me in trouble so I lose my free job here in the afternoon.
Well, I
can't take it.
Yeah, well, that's when we come back. I want to talk about something else. Speedy got an interview yesterday involving the New York Times. We got to talk about that. What do you think that's about?
I don't know. Did you email him back?
Not yet.
Let's come back and strategize
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
It said something about the perfect time for y'all, so I'm like,
Yeah.
that worries me.
I liked how we talked about it in the meeting yesterday, like we said we we're going to.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm glad we put that to bed. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Belichick finally didn't want to take any questions about his relationship with President Trump, but he did take a question about underwear, which surprised everybody. There was a diehard Patriots fan who was there from one of the TV stations in Alaska and was asking him about lucky underwear. And he made a joke, and he said, hey, I'd definitely like to take you up on – she mentioned wish they'd come to Alaska and play.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can play a Super Bowl up there in some year, and said he kind of started cutting up a little bit. And she said that she's superstitious and wears the same pair of Belichick underwear for every game, and asked him, did he know about that? He said, I guess I missed that one somehow. And she said, do you ever wear a pair of the Belichick underwear? And he says, I'm not really superstitious, and I love this line. He said, be nice if that's all there were to it. All this preparation we have to do, if we could just wear the right socks, I guess we can win a game. He said, but I kind of think there's more to that, with all due respect.
Yeah.
So
there's
he thinks that sweatshirt just looks good.
Right.
Is that what you're telling me?
He says he says he's not wearing it for any look.
So that's even worse, because he actually thinks he looks good in it.
I love when he says, well,
You wish there was a better reason.
I love when he said, look, I'm superstitious. That saves us a lot of time, so we just got to find the right sock.
Get the right socks and a pair of drawers, and we're good.
And then this leads to sort of indirectly, but it gets us there on what Bubba's going to talk about with Tom Brady. There's that 30-second commercial that has been denied by the NFL that was supposed to run for GNC. They were going to buy a 30-second ad for the Super Bowl, which Greg doesn't want to see till the Super Bowl actually runs.
5.5 million.
Especially those that run in the pregame show, which only lasts 6-8 hours. But anyway, he said that. "35 minutes past the hour. Thank you, Keith. Have you gone to MyPillow.com/Bubba yet? Have you not? All right, well, you need to do it because there is a gigantic Back to Comfort sale that's going on right now. It is the largest bed sheet sale ever. And, boy, just like everything else at MyPillow.com/Bubba, the quality of these sheets, the comfort of these sheets, second to no one. I'll tell you what I'm digging is that, when you try to pull over the the sheet that's, what is that piece called that goes right over the mattress? Is there some special name for it? Because believe it or not, I'm not allowed to make up the bed all that much, but I've been there to help before. I don't know if it's part of the no, it's not a mattress pad. It's the sheet that goes over the mattress pad. It's that part of the sheet set. You got the part you cover up with. You got the pillowcases. Then you got that one you pull over the corners.
We don't know what that is. That's the one you're struggling with.
Yeah. Is it just a sheet?
I think it's just a sheet. It's clarified as one of the sheets.
Well, I'll tell you what I don't.
It's frustrating at times. I know that.
I tell you what I don't like is when you can't pull the corners and these
fitted sheet.
Yeah, these sheets. I mean, you pull them over the corner, goes all the way down. They're real easy.
Mm-hmm.
It locks in. That way, it gives you that smooth.
It.
I don't like when it's wrinkled because one of the corners won't go well, and it looks like you got some kind of little top hat sitting over there. So anyway, these are Speedy kind of savings.
I love it.
$89.98 now reduced to $39.98. $50 you're saving. So go right now and stock up while the prices are like this. Even think about Christmas gifts and things. MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, some stories that we need to hit. Do you want to go attack to the president's got COVID and all the inconsistency with that? Or do you just want to jump right into COVID?
Well, let's start with the president because he announced, was it yesterday?
Right as the show was getting close to ending.
Yeah, that he has tested positive for COVID. He's been double shot, double boosted, and
the man's had more shots than
wears 2 or 3 masks.
Yeah.
And
I think I've got a dog that's had fewer shots than the president. But anyway, so but it. Yeah, I don't.
But his age, you have to always be concerned with that. He's 79, and
of course, didn't keep him from getting it. But
right, well, yeah. No.
Even though he was told, you remember he gave us the whole. Let's hear.
Do
what,
we have that speech?
Yeah, let's hear what he had to say first. And I know, and I would like the last part of this to be put in instant replay if it's possible, to keep saying. Just remember this, and it's okay. I was telling Bubba in the break. The only thing that bothers me about people, the ones you can't question, is when they had their condescending attitude that you could not question the vaccine, you could not ask any questions, you were not allowed to you had to get in line.
The scientific debate was just squashed.
Right. Yeah. So comments like this were made that we're going to play, and y'all have heard it before, but we need to hear it again. So when comments like this are made that are not right, everybody hear me, this is very common sense stuff. And this includes Rick, includes everybody. If you're on record that you said something passionately wrong, you're on record. I mean, you were passionate. You were telling us you got to understand this. What's the deal? And what you said passionately turned out to be wrong, then that means you're on record that you can be wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means
correct.
That means that going forward, we are allowed to say, well, I'm not sure that's right or not. Well, what do you mean? Well, you've been wrong before, so you may be wrong again. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean,
and I'm not saying you say everything. You just say, well, let's see if that turns out to be right. Because the last thing, when you said what we're about to hear about now, that turned out not to be right.
Yeah.
So we really don't know. I thought at the beginning we were dealing with something that was novel. So that means really nobody can make these emphatic statements because this is a place we've never been before, right?
Right.
I mean, we've been in the conference, but we've never dealt with this team.
Right.
So I don't know why everybody got so condescending about it at the beginning. You can't tell me on one hand this is foreign to us, and on the other hand, but we know everything about it.
Right.
I mean, that's not even possible. No. So anyway, I'm done with that. But
here is the president in his own words.
You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
Yeah. Except for you,
Right.
you and many
again,
others.
Wrong. When telling us that they knew everything. They had it all. They had all the answers. They were telling us, and you couldn't even raise the question.
No,
you were evil, and how could you not, go
Bubba, it's
with
a
this?
pandemic
And
of the unvaccinated.
The CDC said it. Well, good night. And I mess it must be fact. Then.
Bubba, Twitter would ban you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You get taken right off and forgotten about.
So we were told
put in the Twitter jail.
We were told last year you are not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations. He has had 4 COVID shots, and he still got it. And I'm not saying that I'm on board for this, but I think we got to have all the information. Mm-hmm. I don't like the suppressing of information.
Right.
There's some pretty, was it Lancet, Lancet?
Right, the journal, journal.
There's some pretty well-recognized journals, medical journals, that are saying we are looking at the possibility that you can overdo this and your immune system actually be compromised.
Yep.
You're taking too many shots. Now, I'm not saying that that's the case, but this medical journal and others are saying we're showing some studies that may indicate that. We can rule that out, but I don't like that we're not allowed to talk about it. Because the medical field's talking about it, they may not be allowed to come forward with it, which that ought to bother us.
Rick, again, it kind of goes back to the whole thing in America. Why can't we have the discussion? If your point of view is right, the cream will rise to the top. Right. Eventually, you will be justified in your position. Just like if you're wrong, eventually you will be proven wrong, just like the president was with those comments. So we have to have an open discussion of facts and opinions before we can settle anything.
What's wrong with that, Bubba?
And over time, it will work its way out. And look, I know some people, we had a pandemic. We didn't have time. Well, you've got to have this over time. There's a lot of things over time we decided were not right, and we went back and changed it or did it a different way.
That's right.
Here's Joe Biden saying what you just said. This is a pandemic of the unvaccinated, if you want that.
Oh,
let's hear it.
So there's no excuse. No excuse for anyone being unvaccinated. This continues to be a pandemic of the unvaccinated. So we got to make more progress.
You're wrong with it.
Well, it seems to be a pandemic of hey, you got it.
How about a pandemic of everybody?
Yeah, I was really upset when they said it. Him and our governor, who I'm a fan of, when she said it also that it is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. That's simply not true.
She got to pass on that,
and you
too.
were wrong to say it.
Right.
I would advise you it would be for your best interest not to say it again. Yeah. And you might even want to apologize for saying it and say I was wrong. Yeah. We're big to forgive you here in America if you'll just admit your mistake.
Yeah, what do we all
and go and look? So hey, I had this information. That's what the doctor told me. I threw it out there. Hey, I was wrong. It's not a pandemic of the unvaccinated. It is a pandemic.
Right.
Period.
Vaccination will help you in many cases.
We hope,
and we certainly hope it does. But you got to, this goes back to the personal decision. I think they made a mistake too, just from the psychology of it. Do you remember how many people wanted the vaccination when it first came out and it wasn't so available? Mm-hmm. But then when they started forcing people to take it, people started pushing back.
Well, that's bad PR.
They just if they never would have gone down that route and just acted like you were going to run out, people would have run over each other going to get it. I mean, I hate to say it. That's just the way we are as humans, right?
Yeah. I don't. Here's more. Now, remember the other thing. We were told evil, evil, evil.
And Rick, one more point here.
Yeah.
They're isolating the president right now, even though he's been double vaccinated, double boosted. Why? He can infect somebody else.
Right.
So it's not a pandemic of the unvaccinated. He got it, and he can still give it. Hopefully, he'll have mild symptoms. That's what the vaccination did for him.
Well, we hope.
But it is not a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Anybody that says that, you need to call them on it because they're being untrue, unhonest, and they're lying to you.
So here's our press secretary, White House press secretary, saying that Biden didn't do anything wrong by shaking hands and hugging people. Do you remember the last time we were told that if we went anywhere, I mean, if we met anywhere, and you can
what about
affect
6 foot?
Yeah, I mean,
what happened to 6 foot and 2 masks?
So here we go. Here it is.
Lucid, if you have it. Does the president, does the White House, are there any regrets about the amount of time in sort of recent days and past weeks that we've seen him unmasked, shaking hands with people, hugging people, fist bumping, in close contact with crowds? In retrospect, was he too casual?
No. I mean, look, I look at this. I've said this before from this podium. We have an incredibly contagious variant. And we've had a protocol that I think has done a very good job protecting the president. The most important part of that protocol, by the way, is making sure that he was up to date on his vaccines and we had access to treatments.
Always back to that.
The president wants to get out there and be with and meet American people and engage. And we always said that this was a possibility.
Boy, well,
I'm starting to think this is a pandemic of DAs.
Here's
what I'm starting to think.
Apparently,
that's not what you were telling us when Trump was president, but that's fine.
Right.
We kept a track everywhere he went, and he was evil. He was out there going to cause everybody to get COVID.
We saw him shaking hands,
having rallies, seeing people. They tracked Trump's every move. Listen to this. Where exactly did the president get infected? Guess what we're going to hear now? It doesn't really matter. But when Trump was out there, it mattered greatly.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Where exactly was the president infected?
Where was he infected? I don't think we know. I certainly don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Look, I don't think that matters, right? I think what matters is we prepared for this moment.
So that doesn't matter now. Now, when Trump was president, it really mattered.
Oh, we used to have to trace
everywhere he went. Look at him out there, reckless infecting people. He's going to kill everybody.
We had to trace 6 deep to see where all you'd be.
Biden's been all over the world.
Yeah.
Biden's been all over the world.
Right.
Have you seen the thing they keep showing in Israel? How bad he was coughing?
Yeah.
Up there, he was coughing like he was a COVID spread.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like these things you got to throw seed. He's just throwing. He's just coughing all over everybody in Israel.
Yep. And then the day before he was tested positive, he was in that climate crisis speech, at that factory, shaking hands and hugging everybody.
But that doesn't really matter. I mean, he wants to see everybody. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Unbelievable.
Rick and Bubba.
It was for a supplement that is banned by the NFL. Yeah. For the players. So they're like, we can't run a commercial promoting something that we ban.
Right.
Probably not. From the players. So they deny that. Then that kind of got into this Tom Brady.
What is that marijuana?
Well, his diet,
out.
His diet has always been a big topic. This alkaline diet that he's on.
Was he eating batteries?
And no, it's but you're closer. There's a tie there you don't realize.
You don't know it, Greg.
What does this even mean, an alkaline diet?
Let me go back to this. I'm not completely familiar with his diet, but I do, and I've had a little bit of experience with this argument that our bodies are a very complicated set of chemical reactions. Okay, so we're a chemical creature in our carbon-based Earth suit. Okay, so. And you remember back to your basic science class, you had bases and you had acids, and everything is somewhere in the middle of that. Well, the argument is that in our modern society, and especially even more so when you try to eat healthy, you put more acidic foods in your body. Diet drinks, fruit juices, vegetables, you just go down the list. More and more we're taking in acidic food. So it changes the chemical makeup in your body to a more acidic level or a different pH level. And there's some people saying, hey, this is really causing a lot of our problems. We got to get back into the range of what our body wants to operate. So they use alkaline things to bring it back, to balance it out. And I've had some experience with ionized water, which they make it so it's more alkaline, so when you drink it, it balances out all the fruit and vegetables and, everything else you've been eating. So it's this argument, and his is a more complete diet on that same argument.
What? How?
Well, he does all kind of weird things here. I mean, and he won't like warm virgin olive oil because he thinks that carries it to the acidic side. It's just a lot of different things. There are companies that sell ionized water to help balance your system out. It kind of tastes like water that's been sitting in the basement for 3 years. That's what it tastes like to me. You can do a down and dirty version of it and put baking soda in your water, but you also get too much salt doing that way. So I don't recommend that. But I think there's really something to this. I don't think we've zeroed in exactly how to do it. You can't argue with Tom Brady. I mean, he's having success.
He's bumping 40 and he's still slinging it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But the argument is when you get too much to the acidic side, you're out of the range of your chemical reactions, so they're not as efficient, and it actually makes you more susceptible to sickness and disease and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of the whole argument.
So what, is this a story right now? They're talking about his diet again?
Oh, yeah, well, his diet's all, anytime Tom Brady's around.
Right.
So, I mean, it goes into all this, things about, and what, I did not understand this. Y'all tell me, in the story, it says, Brady's chef has said that the football player doesn't eat nightshades and calls them not anti-inflammatory. What is a nightshade?
I don't even know what does it mean?
I don't know. I've never tried one. Seriously, do y'all not know? I don't either.
What does that even mean?
I thought it was something you put over the window to sleep better.
You don't need to eat them, I'll tell you that.
I wouldn't think so.
He doesn't eat he's calling it a nightshade?
Yeah, and then they say, so that means he doesn't eat tomatoes, peppers, mushrooms, or eggplants.
That's what that means?
I guess
that's
so.
a nightshade?
I don't know.
He basically eats 80% vegetables and whole grains, and the other 20% is just lean meat.
So he goes 80 alkaline, 20% acidic in everything he takes in.
All right, and think about this, guys. No fruit. He will mix in a banana every once in a while. No fruit. No dairy. No caffeine, obviously. And
no
Speedy,
fun.
you mentioned the peppers, mushrooms, and eggplant.
Right.
You mentioned olive oil.
Yep.
Nothing white flour.
Right.
Nothing white sugar. Nothing with salt.
Well, goodness.
And no GMOs.
And, I'm sorry, Greg, no coffee.
Mm-hmm.
What does he actually eat and drink? Then? What's left?
For the caffeine.
It's crazy, guys.
What's
Dairy,
left?
gluten. What?
What's left?
I would just like to know, what was his breakfast today? What did he eat?
Yeah.
I mean, I got.
Where's Frosted Flakes on
some
this?
kind of
Anybody know?
He probably had some kind of smoothie.
Where's Frosted Flakes? Anybody know?
You're right. That's what they call nightshades: tomatoes, peppers, mushrooms, or eggplants. I didn't know.
Why
those
do
were
you call that nightshades?
I don't.
I don't know.
I'm on the nightshade. I don't know. I don't know where that came from. I'll tell you this: after I win this next Super Bowl, if I'm him, I retire and I go get a big old pizza and I eat anything I want to eat. Yeah, from now on, I'll become a
it's
big
clear
FA.
he doesn't need any caffeine.
So is his fear?
I mean, Giselle probably keeps,
Right.
So 8 minutes to the top, the president, who is double vaxxed and double boosted, 4 total shots, comes down with COVID. Hopefully and prayerfully, as we pray for our leaders, it won't be anything serious. He's letting us know that he's okay, but there's something about his feebleness that makes you just don't feel great about it, because somebody gave him a card and said, read this to reassure America, and it feels that way, as does every speech he gives now, until he starts, telling us another reason when he grew up in Delaware and oil was on the windshield, another ailment that caused. We've already had cancer, we've had asthma, and I guess now COVID. So here's the president reassuring us that he's just fine.
Hey folks, guess you heard this morning I tested positive for COVID, but I've been double vaccinated, double boosted. Symptoms are mild, and I really appreciate your inquiries and your concerns. But I'm doing well. I'm getting a lot of work done. I'm going to continue to get it done. And in the meantime, thanks for your concern, and keep the faith. It's going to be okay. Hey, folks, guess you heard.
There he is. All right, so and hopefully that's the case. But now, do I believe he's in there working maniacally on the state of the world? I don't
think
believe
he's in there working maniacally before he had COVID.
Well, here's the problem, though. Honestly, on seriousness, and I do hope it's okay, and that'll be good news when he comes through it, which is what we hope, with no problem, as far as all of us out there worried about the actual virus, because he's got some comorbidities. He does. He's had the heart issue.
Yeah, he's elderly.
Yeah, and he's got some things that this could be.
Well, he said he had cancer too yesterday.
Well, that was different. That was a little different. But but he he's not what I'm saying. He's not the healthiest person in the world to have this virus now. But hopefully the things they have done and these things act as treatments. They certainly didn't act as something that kept him from getting it. I think we can think that conversation's over.
Yeah, and just be real about it. It can help, but it's not the all in.
Of course, conspiracies out there believe that he doesn't really have COVID. That they just needed him off the grid for a few weeks.
I heard that too.
Look, I'll buy into that. Have y'all seen him the last 2 weeks?
Have y'all? Do y'all remember the movie Dave?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they
under the strategy,
if they're wanting to make a change, they need a time to do that.
Under the strategy you guys are talking
I'm
about.
just saying,
conspiracy, and I'm not saying this is true.
Yeah.
But let's walk out what the narrative both of you have proposed. Okay, so I'm sitting there, and what have we been seeing? We've been playing the videos. Hey, his cognitive skills are going downhill so bad. Everybody's starting to talk about it. His approval rating with independents right now, by the way, is in the teens. His approval rating with Democrats is what, in the 30s? Okay, so this, because they see that he can't do this. He's clearly ill with Alzheimer's, dementia, in that category. It's clear.
He's failing no matter what your position.
Yeah, no matter what your position. This is about a man's health, and I think that you could get behind closed doors and picture if I threw this out. Guys, hear me out. Now we're going to take some heat on the double vaccinated, double boost, and here's our response to that. But look how it helped him. You know, our move now is we're going to act like we never said it would keep you from getting COVID. Now, there's a lot of people going to play recordings like, you know, that Adler guy, and he's going to give that to Rick and Bubba. But we'll just keep talking about how wonderful the vaccine and the boosters are because they help people survive COVID. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this 79-year-old man, okay, and we're going to say he's got COVID. Then everybody's going to, we can hide him. We'll see if we can't get him in better shape on the cognitive stuff that he's clearly losing. And listen to me, hear me out. And then we're going to put faith back in him because at his age, he has no problem with COVID. And then we talk about how resilient he is and how great the vaccine and the boosters are. And then we get him off TV with all this cognitive stuff. That's not it's not a bad strategy.
And how about this? He's so out of it, you still tell him he tested positive, but he doesn't know.
Oh, he doesn't know.
He doesn't realize it. Now, he did sound a little congested there. I'll give you that. But is there any proof he even got the vaccines? I mean, I know it showed him getting a shot.
Well, they showed him getting them. Yeah, I don't know.
It showed him getting a
but
shot.
no, and I'm not saying that's what's happening here. I'm just saying that's not a bad strategy.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
I mean,
but it's likely that he just simply has it, and hopefully he'll be okay. Van Jones, look out! He's
hold on.
How about Biden's got bigger problems than COVID? You got Van Jones. And he's saying that the promises that this administration made to the black community, they have not delivered on.
Nope.
And so here's Van Jones, who is a strong leftist, and of course
Rick, he's almost a card-toting communist.
Yeah.
I mean, he's as far left as you can go.
So here's Van Jones in his own words.
And I think for African American voters in particular, there's a special heartbreak because, first of all, the pain is more intense. The rising gas prices, food prices, it's really walloped the black community in a particular way. But the hopes were so much higher. And so you have a community that came out in huge numbers in 2018, huge numbers in 2020, expecting things to get a lot better. And instead, economically at least, it didn't come true. It got worse. And so you're going through a summer now of real heartbreak with black voters. The polls show that. And I think Biden's got to take it very seriously.
Wow.
Yeah, the polls on, we have to have polls on various groups now. I don't know if you saw the poll with the Latino community, but
I did.
Biden is losing that one about 3-1 right now over any Republican that runs. So, listen, here's the thing. We can have all these feel-good things and even the abortion issue and all of that, but, if the economy is not churning along and it's not making jobs and it's not moving forward and it's not generating jobs and revenue for everybody, it's a problem. Yep. That's kind of where the rubber meets the road on this because and Van Jones is right about this. Inflation hurts everybody, but if you're on the lower end of the economic scale, it hurts you even more.
No doubt.
And it's a tax on everybody. I mean, we can talk about taxes. When you go to the gas pump, you're paying a tax right now about twice what it used to be.
All the food you're trying to buy costs more than it did.
Yeah.
And these are things.
And the fuel, and see, the energy and fuel issue is intertwined in all of this inflation. So if you would solve that, you would help all of inflation. It would help the economy, but they won't do it because they are beholden to these environmental wackos that want to stop all oil production.
Fuel, food, and your utilities, these are not luxury items.
No.
Everybody has to pay for those.
You got it.
And all three of them cost more under this administration.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is his big focus that if you eat a lot of sugar and carbs and all that, it's your body is so acidic that it promotes diseases?
It gets out of the natural operating range, and you become your chemical processes become inefficient. They talk about your stomach health, diabetes, Alzheimer's, and you can even go into, if you really want to get to the technical part of it, it gets down to how glycine is broken down, simple sugar molecules in your system, and how your body needs to break those down, and when it's too acidic, it can't. And it lets parts exist that causes other problems. I mean, you get as deep into it as you want to, but there's just some people that think our bodies are too acidic, and that's what all this comes from.
Really, Tom Brady's a weirdo. Yeah, I mean, if I could just break
He's
this
a
on-
healthy, successful weirdo.
And he and his wife are both on the same diet.
But he's
and
not.
he has his kids on a similar diet.
Right.
But Rick, see, he's not a vegetarian. See, that would be totally in the opposite direction.
Right.
What he's saying.
right, yeah.
There's some things you can eat low acid vegetables.
Right.
That doesn't qualify for all of them. You know, my friend the tomato gets left out.
Yeah, tomato. You talking about a nightshade?
Is it a fruit or a vegetable?
Don't do
Isn't
that.
that
Let's
the
don't
one?
get into that.
Isn't that the
tomato.
dividing line?
Let's don't.
Isn't
get
that like the dolphin? You know,
The
it's a
nightshade.
border. It's a border.
It's on the nightshade. It's a nightshade. All right. Now I know that now as we start this hour, we're about to do something Greg doesn't want to do. And Greg, if you would like to leave the room, you may.
Oh no, I'm in.
And that is that
Puppy, monkey.
There's a chance that we can watch some of the Super Bowl commercials before they actually run.
Puppy, monkey, baby.
And
They could just run that one again.
And last year we did this. I don't really have a problem with it because I look at it like all the technology we have now to see things before, after, during, and it doesn't bother me. Frankly, it helps me manage my time better.
Yeah,
But it used to be part of my experience was that.
Understood. And if you would like to keep it that way, y'all remember the weird years that Ryan Greenwood works for us and his weird dolphin thing.
Yeah.
And we would all know what happened with the Dolphins, and he'd run from us the entire day because he had a game that night with one of his girls, and he couldn't watch the game, and we had to run and pretend that it didn't happen. It was like that goofy movie, 50 First Dates. We'd have to act like things had not happened that happened, and so anyway.
If something got said, he'd have to go find dolphin salt and throw it over his shoulder.
All that kind of stuff. So anyway, I don't mind watching them, and frankly, if you want me to just I know how filtered we normally are. Unfiltered, it's been a while since I've seen a Super Bowl commercial that I thought was fantastic.
Amen.
Well, I think there's one or two every year.
I think we used to have A pluses. We're B minus right now.
It's weak.
B plus, B minus.
Yeah.
I have to agree with you.
Yeah. I haven't seen one that I said that changed marketing.
There are good ones, but not that meet
Not
the
great.
standard of old.
Not since
Don't
Mean
you
Joe
think-
Green threw his jersey to the kid.
Don't you think
Same
Puppy
one.
Monkey Baby was a funny one
Absolutely
last year?
not.
I thought it was a
It doesn't meet the
B
standard.
minus, B plus.
I thought it was funny.
It was good. It was good.
It was bizarre.
But we wouldn't have been comparing it to the other commercials, that the Budweiser frogs. We
I
certainly.
like the Budweiser frog.
I know. So I'm saying we wouldn't.
What about the
compare it to
weenie
that.
dogs and the little buns? around
Better.
it?
That was last year, Heinz.
It was good.
Huh?
It was
Yeah.
good.
That's not
bad.
great, but
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Is that releasing wolves on a marching band?
I'm gonna tell you
Now, that, my friend,
that's a whole nother level.
Yeah.
I don't.
They
there's
normally
just
go
very
for
few,
two.
Very few things you're not going to.
The horses talking strategy.
Oh my gosh!
Remember when he goes, they always do that? No, they
Goodness
normally go for two.
gracious.
Right.
We
And let
have-
me ask you a question.
Haven't seen one of those in a while.
Did-
You know why? Because I think we're concentrating. Sorry about that.
No,
I
you're
think
good.
we're concentrating so hard on being weird that we're not being clever.
Right. Did Trunk Monkey originate with the Super Bowl ad, or was that just?
No,
I think
but
it was just a little thing.
I will put it in the Wolves on the Marching Band.
Right.
Any of those.
Okay.
Any of them.
Well, iSpot TV has released some commercials according to the social actions, which means how many times it's been viewed on YouTube and all this kind of stuff. And this one here is a Mr. Clean commercial.
Already struggling with that.
Right. Now, it's got,
They're
for those
spending
of you
that
on
kind of money.
radio, it's got Mr. Clean in a tight white T-shirt and jeans, and he's kind of turning the cleaning into a flirtatious type deal with R&B
Clean?
soundtrack. And I guess Mr. Clean's wife is watching this, and then something happens at the end of the ad where it's not really
where's this
Mr.
ad
Clean.
going?
It's actually her husband, but she's envisioning it's Mr. Clean. Take a listen.
Where do we go with this?
He is fine.
She's looking at Mr. Clean.
Sarah? Clean enough?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
And by the way,
I'd mop more if it had that result.
And you remember Mop and Glow, don't you? Hey, those Mr. Clean little white pads are miracle work.
Yeah, they do work.
And I don't know how
I'll
they
give you
work.
that.
I don't know
does
what
that
they put in 'em.
technology work?
I know.
Right.
Well, how about that?
They'll get off anything.
Yeah. Now this next one is TurboTax. Okay, with tax season here,
We'll talk about tax.
Apparently we've got some knights that are coming in trying to rescue Humpty Dumpty, who falls off a wall while trying to do his taxes.
Calm down.
It's
They're already
been
running this on
it's been
TV.
watched by more than 3 million people online and has had over 4,000 retweets.
Let me give y'all a heads up. It's kind of creepy.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, not again.
Are
you all right? I suppose we better put them back together.
Everything hurts. I'm getting most of you.
It is 6 minutes past. Oh, won't you? Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba, all here. See, old enough. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. Well, here we go. Here we go.
Couldn't said it better myself.
Yep, that's supposed to drop that in every now and then for the trade day folks selling T-shirts this weekend. Bubba, we start another hour. I have not seen this yet. Speedy and the gang, they were telling us about it when we got here today, that Representative Lee Zeldin was attacked while out on the campaign trail. I'm thankful that the attack was not much of one. I've never seen anyone be, thankfully, so non-committal to stabbing someone, but
he wasn't very aggressive.
It looks like that he's up there talking, and we have this footage, and someone will come on the stage with a knife and try to get
It's
him.
our last stand for New York.
Okay.
And there's only one option.
What is he doing? What's he doing? Why did they let him get up
He's saying you're done.
Yeah. Why did they let that is the most.
First of all, security had to be awful.
Wait a minute. Why is the guy walking up holding the sign up?
This looks staged, by the way.
And there's only one option.
What is he doing?
Hey, the guy's drunk.
Now, he's drunk.
He's drunk.
Is that it?
Staged. He's just drunk.
Yeah, watch the guy with the sign.
Put the sign down, buddy.
You know what? That's a pretty good placement of the sign, though.
It is.
Frank.
He knew he was going to get a lot of coverage.
He knew he'd get a lot of coverage.
Is that hay bales they're standing in?
I think it is. It's a big one. There's big bales, which I love to see them out in the field. So this guy walks up and is just going to cut his throat.
Right.
Just to cut his throat with a knife, and he walks up that haphazardly, and he doesn't even.
You're done.
I'm thankful he didn't make an aggressive move.
Yeah.
Well, it'd have been over.
Yeah, but even Zeldin was able just to grab his wrist and push his hand down.
I think it's a little obvious when we get a scuffle and we know he's going to get coverage. Also, we got to sign it.
You know what?
I think it's maybe a send-out.
Greg Burgess.
I hated
to bring it up.
But you hang with Greg a lot, and this is what it causes.
Yeah. There's other angles too that shows his speech and how the guy got up, but I don't think that's the case. But I mean, heck, nowadays you never know.
Well, Speedy can ask you this: that right there doesn't concern you. The guy walks the sign right in front of it.
Well, I don't know that he needs the sign. Everybody knows what was going on.
But I mean,
he probably was holding the sign and just walked over to him.
Yeah, but when you're showing this on,
he's at a campaign stop in New York, in Perrington, New York. And the guy's been charged with a felony, already released within hours of his arrest, which, by the way, Zeldin predicted because of the New York laws.
So how crazy is that?
How can he?
Rick,
you
that's
walk
part
on,
of the setup.
Yeah. You walk on the stage by the hell bales, and you're going to stab somebody in the throat that's talking. I'll admit he's not very good at it, but thankfully.
Yeah.
But and then you're going to be back out on the streets. You're back out on the streets. I mean,
that is
trying.
That is no law, no order.
No,
that's crazy.
Hey, look, Ed. When it happens now, you need to walk in the shot with a sign because it's going to hit prime time and America's favorite morning show in the morning, and we need that sign prominent. We need to know who everybody is. We need to know how to spell my name, all that. Get in there, Ed.
All right, listen. If I'm the director, it's almost like there was a director that goes, "All right, let's walk on the stage." Take the knife, grab his wrist.
Okay.
Sign guy, you move now. I mean,
your line is you're done. You're done.
Yeah. Now let's do it again. I have to
grab the fry.
If it is a scam, the guy they got to play the murderer was terrible.
Yeah, he was not a good actor.
he made that. He's awful. And thankfully, he was unsuccessful.
Great security.
But I haven't seen video 7, Adler. I haven't seen this.
Oh,
gosh. Yeah. So in video 7, we have a man. Unfortunately, his son was killed. It's in a South Carolina courtroom. This was yesterday. And so the murderer on trial is 22-year-old Lindy Jones, who confessed and pleaded guilty to murdering this man's 18-year-old son, which is awful. And so the father of the child that was slain, or the young man that was slain, is now facing a count of contempt of court and third-degree assault. He goes after him and punches him. Can I do audio here at all? Okay, all right. So Adler, whatever you got to tell us about it.
The father is the guy in green here,
Okay.
and then the person speaking, I believe, is the mom.
Okay. This is when the victims get to address the person.
Yes. Yeah.
Just want to let you know. Just what they took from me. They took away my only child.
Mm-hmm.
It's been so hard.
Look. Boom. Good lick. Let me tell you, that was a good lick. And I know you shouldn't do that, but I understand.
I do. I get it.
Yeah.
And
I did get it.
I'm not.
Matter of fact, I wish they would allow that and not just somebody to talk.
I'm glad it happened, but you would think in that situation you would have somebody between them.
At least facing, knowing what's going on.
If this lady is addressing him, and I can't imagine what the pain she's going through.
Yeah.
He's sitting there. I mean, he's standing there in front of the judge, but his back is to her.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and let's see it again. I want to look when he took
leg.
off.
He's pretty quick.
He's
too.
real quick.
Yeah, I want to. Adler, can you back?
I think there's another angle. It may not give us anything new, but I think here in a second, let me see.
If we get another angle, we'll look at that. If not,
Here we go.
Yeah, but this ought to show you exactly. Watch his move. He's really, really. I mean, he's quick. Boom, boom.
Caught him right by the ear too.
Look, nobody near him. He made it. Yeah.
There you go. We can start it from over again.
He saw an opening and took it.
Yeah, he
What
did.
is the judge's reaction?
I don't know. I've been watching so many different people here.
Yeah.
I'm going to focus on the judge now. Helmsy.
Of course, he's back behind all this glass.
Sipped on some coffee.
My only child.
Mm-hmm. But Dad he just can't take it. I mean, he's just standing there. Something's got to.
So hard.
Boom. Mm-hmm. Look, we understand.
If I'm security, I'm slow to move on that.
Yeah, because then the murderer gets up on trial there, gets up and tries to act big and bad like he wants to go at the guy.
Right. Yeah.
And
you already murdered your son. I guess you're going to murder him now.
I've looked at White Shirt that's also consoling the mother on the other side.
Yeah.
And he sees what's going on, and he's coming up too. Somebody grabs him from the back, and it's actually the deputy, but he doesn't know that. And he turns around like, who else is in here? He looks like he's ready to go, too.
Yeah,
the lady in the box at the bottom of the screen, it may be the court reporter or the electronic bailiff or something, I don't know. She jumps up quick because they're coming right in her direction.
See the white shirt
Yeah,
here?
I see the white shirt.
Yeah. Focus in on him real quick.
What is that, brother or something, maybe?
I
uncle?
guess so. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. I would have just, if I'd have been, I understand. It's
I
just
get it.
And I'm with y'all. It's the reason why I can't be a good security person in a place like this, because I would have probably done a 1001.
Sir, stop, please.
Sir, please don't do that.
Yeah, I would have looked at him and kind of encouraged him, give him one of these.
Yeah, like, oh, what happened here?
And there would have been a moment when it looked like I was helping get the guy off. I'd have been holding that other guy down, letting him get a few more punches in. Now, let me get you off of him. There's 2 more punches available. 3. I'll get you up in 1001.
Rick, let me call somebody. Hey, guys, could somebody?
Yeah. I would have whispered in his ear, I'm going to give you 2 more punches.
Break a couple fingers while we're all tied up here.
Y'all stop. All right, one more.
Got on the walkie-talkie and said, I'm about to call somebody.
Right. Sir, if you'll get up calmly, I'm going to give you 2 more punches.
Make them good.
Oh, man.
Awful. 15 minutes past 866. We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What happened here?
He fell off the wall.
He was doing his taxes.
Doing his taxes?
Oh, wow.
Is this the fool that was on the wall? Yeah!
Reports just in say he was, in fact, doing his taxes.
Doing his taxes? On a wall? It all seems very peculiar.
The main question being asked, why was he doing his taxes on a wall?
Why? Because you can.
That's pretty good. It's weird.
It's weird. That one's already running on
Yeah, I've
TV.
seen that.
Now, Skittles Romance is the next one, and you're mad about this one, I heard.
No, this is not the same one I'm mad about.
A young man is standing outside the window, and he's outside his girlfriend's window throwing up Skittles through the window, and she catches 2 in her mouth, but then a series of family members also catch the Skittles through the window. Take a listen.
Katie. Katie.
Katie. Mama. Dad.
Grandma.
Burglar.
Policeman.
That's pretty good. You throw a beaver in there.
That's funny.
Is that a beaver or a woodchuck?
I don't know.
I'm wood.
Yeah.
It's like a woodchuck or something like that.
That's pretty good.
That's all right.
Now, this next one has quarterback Joe Flacco talking about how he stopped behaving like a party pooper by taking Pepsi and Tostitos snacks to the Super Bowl gatherings.
Well, what kind of snacks?
Pepsi and Tostitos.
Okay, all right.
Did I say it wrong?
You struggle with
Okay. Tostitos.
Have you ever been to a Super Bowl party and made it worse? Hello, I'm professional football player Joe Flacco. I'm here to talk about a very serious issue that's near and dear to my heart, party poopers. If you've ever ruined a big moment or killed a perfectly good mood, you know what I'm talking about. The feeling is indescribable, in a bad way. But now, there's hope. Pepsi and Tostitos. This is a real game changer. You may find this hard to believe, but I used to be just like you. My friends stopped inviting me because I was touching their faces too much.
Putting on eye black.
Or had previously ruined their birthday.
He's a ventriloquist.
But now, thanks to this perfect haircut and these amazing products, I'm an elite party guest. You too can unpoop your party with Pepsi and Tostitos. With our help, you can go from not him again to the top of the guest list. You won't believe the difference your small contribution can make. This is Sebastian. He's a party pooper. Yeah! Would you invite this nightmare to your Super Bowl party? Of course not.
Handsome Tostitos and Pepsi.
Would you invite him now? Sure you would. It's that easy. It's time to take a stand and say goodbye to your party pooping past. Please do your friends a favor and pick up some Pepsi and Tostitos. Remember, the next Super Bowl party you save might be your own.
That's good.
There you go.
That's good.
Yeah,
That is
yeah.
good. Greg Burgess, Helmsy, all here. Eddie Van Adler at RBTV. We're going to name an intern coming up, probably starting the next segment. All right, we've been talking Super Bowl a little bit. You know, the big game is coming up this weekend.
The big one.
And one of the stories is this alkaline diet thing that Tom Brady does. and what is it, and what does he do, and he doesn't do, and as a matter of fact, I will say this, and kudos to him for his success that he's earned, by the way. But these kind of things are usually much easier to implement if you have your own shelf. I've noticed that
It does help.
Like over the weekend, Sherry and I spent time together, and she cooked, good food, but healthy food the entire weekend. And by the end of the weekend, I had eaten healthy the entire weekend because it takes time to actually prepare it. When you don't have time to prepare these meals, if you got a chef that's knocking it out, baby, you can pretty much do whatever you want to do.
But where's your pH balance?
Yeah. I don't mind eating healthy. It's just difficult. It takes planning, and there's a lot to do.
It's hard to get vegetables through a drive-through.
Yeah, but there's a doctor on the line, and for some reason, I'm sorry, the software, the way it works sometimes on the call screenings, I can't see the name. So I'm just going to say doctor who's calling about Tom Brady. You're on. Thanks for your patience. So tell us what's going on here from your medical point of view.
Well, one of the things that people don't understand, that they understand the pH,
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we thank y'all for being with us today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. We'll talk with Chris Moore, who punted 3 of the 4 Super Bowls with the Buffalo Bills. What was it like to be part of that franchise when I don't know how far back it goes. Has anybody gone to the Super Bowl 4 times in a row?
No.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't
either.
even think
now, they didn't
3
win
in a
them.
row.
We talked about that. They didn't win them. But it's hard to go.
Yeah, and that's even add that to the mix.
4 years.
We went to 4 and we
in a row.
lost all 4.
So we talked to him this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Bubba, it looks like that pickleball, it's sweeping the nation.
PB.
It's found its way into the headlines today. And
I started getting some text about it yesterday about Drew Brees buying a pickleball team.
Mm-hmm. Are they even for sale? I mean,
apparently so. He has purchased the Mad Drops Pickleball Club. They play in Major League Pickleball. It's a 12-team co-owned league. And I really honestly know L0 about it. This whole pickleball thing started when it first came out. Somehow the word got started. I was anti-pickleball. I never said that. I was anti-tearing up tennis courts for anything.
And that's where we got Helmsley started.
And I've always felt like that if there's a lot of demand for pickleball, that's great. Build pickleball courts.
Yeah,
I mean that's how you do it. Build forward. Don't tear up the tennis courts because it's still a great sport too. So. I don't think you have to decide. Just build forward.
The dimensions of pickleball, is it the 4 squares of a tennis court?
It's a little
off.
I think you can play.
Exactly.
You can't. I think you can play half and half. It would be about that size.
Because that seems like that would be the easiest thing to do is just not tear up tennis courts and just use the 4 squares.
Well, the problem with that is, it's not exactly to a T, and the problem is you get out there painting more lines on the court, and it's just it
looks like a football field with soccer lines.
Crazy,
all over.
yeah.
Sorry, Rick.
Don't do this.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know.
But when you would play, you wouldn't play across the same net because it's smaller.
Correct.
You could play 2 pickleball courts on one tennis court.
Yeah.
I know. What
you go. There's the dimensions right there. You can see. You can actually.
Okay.
This is my problem with pickleball, and y'all know this. Matter of fact, it says Drew Brees is drafting Terry Wilburn.
Okay.
For his team. But
all right.
But the this is what happens, and I'm not comparing it to soccer because I don't think this is going to be the end of our country the way soccer obviously has been. But this I don't know what's wrong with our attitude these days as people. It's like we can't take something and go, well, look at that activity. That looks like a lot of fun, and be something to do, move around a little bit, and we're having a blast with it. We're having fun with it. It has to become this consuming. Like if you're not into pickleball, you're just a loser. And pickleball is going to solve all the world's problems. And it's pickleball. We're obsessed with pickleball, and pickleball is the greatest thing ever. Why can't we just go, okay, pickleball? That's something you might want to do.
Yeah.
There's some fun. I mean,
fun activity.
Like I hear murmurs about it around the church all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we got pickleball. Pickleball. And I'm just like, first of all, if you want me involved, you got to change the name.
Right.
I can't.
Named after a dog, by the way.
I can't get excited about something called pickleball. I mean, I hear myself. It's the same thing that I said about cornhole. Until you change the name, I can't participate in this.
I think I got a better chance of playing pickleball.
I'm not going to spend my life telling people that I'm excited about pickleball and cornhole. I'm just not going to do it. I mean, I can't do that. It doesn't feel right to me. It feels like something's wrong.
I was kind of hoping that another name would take over, and it would, would replace pickleball.
Well, maybe Drew Brees will change it.
I'd rather it be cucumber.
What about breeze ball?
Yeah,
How
I
about
like that.
miniature tennis?
Well, what about tiny tennis?
Tiny tennis, tiny toes.
Tiny. How about tennis for old people?
There you go.
Well, and you brought up Terry. I think it's a great activity for somebody like Terry, who she was like tennis, but we're not going to get out there and play tennis or whatever.
Yeah.
And some of her little girlfriends say, "Hey, well, let's go play some
I
pickleball."
think that's great.
And it's a fun activity.
Sounds
around,
like fun.
Around dinner
what it
time,
is.
they
It's
go
an
out
activity.
and they just have a good time together, and it's fun. They laugh it up, and it's competitive for them, and they have a blast. I think why don't we stop there?
Mm-hmm. Dad, can we go over here?
Y'all are
Hey,
doing a
hey,
great job, by the way. I haven't said anything.
How about this, Dad? We're on vacation. You want to go out here and goof around and play pickleball? When you change the name of it, son, I'll be out there.
No, I think it's great that a lot of people are getting out and playing
something like
a
that.
sport with a paddle or a racket and moving around. I think that's all good. I just, this court thing.
It bothers me to no end.
Yeah, I don't like to see it go backwards. I build them and play, man. Have a ton of folks out there. It's great.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like not being able to get to the net because in tennis that's where
You have that line. That you
the
can't-
kitchen.
Yeah.
You can't step in the kitchen.
Can't step in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Two things. I like being at the net and I like being in the kitchen.
Yeah.
So
You're with
it's
the grilling net.
It's not really.
There's two things that here I go. There's two things. Bubba's hit on one. I can't stand when you rip up tennis courts to put these doggone courts up. Okay,
Calm down, bro.
Hey, been going to Cape San Blas for years.
Oh, there now it's Cape San Blas.
Cape
is
San
in it.
Blas. Now we've taken the tennis courts up and we've put pickleball courts. And they ain't
So they
nothing
have
in 60 miles that you can hit a tennis ball unless you break into a high school.
You can hit a
Which we
pickleball.
did. Okay, but there's never anybody on the pickleball courts. I think I've seen two people out there.
Huh?
Didn't go at the right time.
I know that's all timing. Okay, but
Pickleball, you'll
stop taking
always
court
be.
10 through 12 and turn them into pickleball. We need those tennis courts. Okay.
Watch out.
But here's the second part I like. I don't like good quality tennis players going to that sport.
Oh, now I'm real mad.
Wow.
Going to that sport
Good night.
and never playing tennis again. If you want to do both, great. And there's one particular guy on my mind right now that I play a lot of tennis
And it's
with.
bothered you.
And he's moved over to this world, and I miss him. And I'll go play
don't get
pickleball. I'll
emotional.
go play pickleball with him every once in a while.
Right,
okay,
right.
I'll go play pickleball with. But I can't get him to come back to tennis.
Oh, I see.
And Rick,
It's personal.
You know
It is,
my
it's
biggest.
personal. And I'm seeing this more and more and more.
My biggest problem
You
with
gonna let that go?
pickleball,
He
I
sleep
told
today.
you, is I can't. The ball's too hard to pick up for me. In tennis, I don't have to bend over to get it. I can flip it up with my racket. And you
I
got
want
to
you
get. You can't. You
Think
can't
about
get
what
down
he's
to it.
saying,
I want you to hear that.
That's
in
a
your
lot.
headphones.
No, it is. It's a lot of bending over.
You last time you played it, it took you out.
Even when we had, that would have happened no matter what I was doing.
I know, but it took you out big.
When we
Scarred
played,
you. I'm
when
mad
we
at
played,
pickleball.
what do they call the little tennis with the foam balls and all that stuff?
It's mini tennis or starter
Yeah.
tennis.
At least that ball will bounce up.
Yeah.
You can get a hold of it. Boy,
That's what
pickleball,
Bubba's
it's
basing it
staying
on.
down
Is
low.
this also
It
when-
is. It's just
when-
as far
when-
as me picking it up. I'm not denying that.
It's a problem.
When people go into this kind of mania like we do about everything, is this also down at the heart? It's this constant search for white people to find sports they're good at.
Yeah, no, you're all over that. And this,
Right.
and I'm even
Is this-
seeing it in the younger generation too.
right.
There's what Braden even said the other day. My son,
right.
okay, good tennis player, okay, doing some good things in the sport. You know what? I think I'd be one of the best in the world at pickleball. I may pick that up, and I'm like, buddy, you've worked so hard to do what you're doing and accomplishing what you're accomplishing. Now you go and the tennis channel messed up. They didn't mess up. They actually are doing what the PGA is not doing. They're embracing the pickleball movement. So, and on the tennis channel a couple months ago, there was the Pickleball World Championships. Now, it was held out in California. Great setting. Tons of people there, excitement and all that. And so he got into it, and he's like, man, I'd like to really do this. Like, why do we not have leagues around here? And I'm thinking,
You got
what are
leagues
you
everywhere.
doing to me, son?
You got leagues everywhere.
I didn't tell him that.
You're going to lose your son to pickleball.
They can't act like that was
Hey,
as big a
Helmsy.
deal as a tennis.
You can lose him to pickleball.
He acts like he's going to be the best. He's going to be a top 5 player in the world.
I saw a little bit of this championship. Hey, Rick, you should have seen all the athletes out there playing pickleball.
Yeah, I bet.
No, I mean, they some of the shots were pretty impressive.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, they,
I'm just trying
they
to get
can't do
Helmsy
it on the
going.
tennis court, so they go to the pickleball court.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Base and acid. But what they don't understand is the body's not just that. It is a big, humongous buffer system. So we carry a buffer of different chemicals, so we can even accept a high amount of acid, and it's not going to change anything inside our bodies. We can accept a high amount of base. The biggest thing about his diet, and he's trying to avoid acid, you guys have already talked about the pH. The pH in your stomach, anytime you eat, when it secretes the acid, is 2.5. So you have acid out the wazoo in your stomach every time. It's there for a very important reason. Not only does it break down food, it also kills germs that get in there. So like the people with, they think they can eat some of these biologics and they make it all the way down. That doesn't work either. I think the biggest thing for him has been he's a very gifted athlete, and this diet, because he's so big on things, has kept him very, very slim and trim. So, at that age, it's very easy to allow all those other things to add weight on you, too. But as far as the foods doing some of the things that they think they do is ridiculous. We break everything down in the stomach and in the intestines, and it goes in molecules back to the body. And if it's in excess, the vast majority of it will get keyed out because of how the body goes, just like mega vitamins.
You're saying people trying to credit his physical condition and his in the health he's got at his age, even playing a very, very brutal game, very little of that can be attributed to what he's eating. It's probably many other factors.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Let me ask you this too, and I understand what you're talking about for stomach acid and the pH and balance of the blood and all, but in an overall sense, the whole claim that they base all this on is that our operating system, if you will, has moved to the acidic side over the past few decades based on the way we try to stay healthy. Do you buy into that at all?
No, absolutely not. Because if you really think that, now, think about someone who really puts out an enormous amount of energy when they're exercising. Let's look at Michael Phelps.
Right.
Look at his diet. And how much he has to take in. 6,000 to 9,000 calories a day when he's in training and competing.
See, that's the diet I'm on.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, me too. But, no, when you look at the people, if you want to see the litmus test, look at the people who have, marathoners or whatever, or people who are putting out enormous amounts of energy. He's putting out energy. I'm not, I'm giving him his props, but I think more of it for him is the fact that he doesn't have any excess body fat, so he's kept his spring, if you will, from as he ages, he's going to be more susceptible, just like you and I.
Yeah.
But I think that's more of what's happened for him than anything else, because the body, God gave this wonderful thing, an amazing way to metabolize things, and they all get broke down in the stomach and intestines, and they all go to the same place. The buffer system is always there. You can't affect the buffer system because that's what keeps us from being able not to have a high acid or a high base and having problems with it.
So the body is basically going to move the whole system back where it wants to anyway.
Exactly. The body is just extraordinary this way.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, just since we're on the topic and you seem knowledgeable on it. Cartilage in the knee, is there anything in particular you think helps to destroy that?
The what?
That you should avoid? Like knee cartilage in our joints. Let me broaden it a little bit.
It's the same, it's the same thing. The biggest one is right now the chondroitin,
conjoint. Glucosamine conjoint, yeah.
But the problem is, again, when it gets into the stomach, the acid breaks it down. All right, nothing gets past really. I mean, think about a 2.5 pH acid. Hydrochloric acid. That's what it is, and so nothing gets past that barrier at all. And if that doesn't do it, then the amylase and lipase that your pancreas excrete into the intestine breaks it even further down. With that being said, though, I will tell you, even in my wife, who takes glucosamine conjoint, she swears by it, and I'm not going to. If you tell me M&M's cures your diabetes and objectively it's gone, I don't care which way it happens.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. Trying to tell you. And we're going to go phone calls here. All 10 lines are available. Speedy is standing by to take your phone calls, and you can join us. Easier to get in because all 10 lines are here. Talk about whatever you want to. No meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Those get instant buzzer. But you can make a comment. You can ask a question. Bring information to the table. We're taking this show. It's 28 and a half years old, and we're going to hand it off to you. I mean, we'll just take it and give it to the rookies and say, y'all have at it. Y'all run the show. Be the programmer. You're in charge. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and then we'll move the line quickly with the buzzer, and the buzzer will get us rolling so you don't have to stand in line too long. One of my favorite new products, fieldofgreens.com. I've already had my first one today. I get up, I go in there, I try to wake up a little bit. After I've gotten my shower, go over to the blender, put me a little orange juice in there. Then I put me a scoop of Field of Greens with the delicious organic superfood. Blend it up just for a minute, put it in a cup, and then I walk around sipping that as we have my little quiet time and getting ready for the day. So I have seen great results. And you will too. What if you went back for your physical and the doc says, I don't know what you're doing, but you need to keep doing it? We're not going to get what is recommended on veggies and fruits every day. It's just hard to do. But you can do it with this. It's also got, it's loaded with prebiotics. It's got probiotics in it. It's got, some great stuff. When you look at the ingredients, you're like, wow. And I do feel like I'm a little bit sharper. Because sometimes doing what we do, you can get a little hazy, a little sharper. Digestive system seems to be working a little healthier. So fieldofgreens.com, use the code Bubba, save 15% off your first order, then 10% off all future orders. That's, again, fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba, and you can find that link also at rickandbubba.com, and let us know how you're doing with it. We're really loving it. All right, let's start. Jason is in Sweet Home, Alabama. Jason's got 30 seconds. Jason, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
What's going on, guys? I got a good endorsement for Speedy's jersey if he ever has one.
Okay.
His advertisement, he can put Marlboro and Miller Lite.
Okay, sounds like you've had a few today, Jason.
He had to let us go, Rick. Time to fly the plane.
Do you have Rick, I'm going to challenge the audience. You're going to have to get a little more deeper than that. And that's too easy. Marlboro, Miller Lite, come on.
Yeah.
Don't hang on for that.
Brian,
get a little more
Rick,
creative.
do you know any of the teams that play in Major League Pickleball?
Bubba, I know you'll find this ragingly shocking.
The Pennsylvania Pickles?
If someone walked in today and said, and they had a knife and walked to me slowly like the guy running for the governor of wherever he was, and they said, I'm going to knife you if you don't name me two teams in pickleball, I'm just going to have to, hopefully it's not a mortal blow.
All right. I'll give them to you in a minute.
Okay. Let's go to Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Yes, sir, and good morning to you, gentlemen. But
hey.
I want to know if President Joe Biden was coughing and hacking in Israel, took the direct flight over, what are the chances that he has infected the Saudi Crown Prince, and what kind of implications does that have?
Yeah, it's kind of, we're getting in a we got spirit, yes we do. It's almost like the conspiracy theorists are saying that the Saudis gave Biden COVID, that the Saudis going to come back and say, well, Biden came over and tried to give us COVID. So who knows? We were told at one time it really matters, everybody you see, and don't be reckless out there. But now that Biden's done it, it's really no big deal, and I don't know why we're even talking about it.
Oh, you used to have to draw like a bracket out, let everybody know who it was.
Do you remember?
I mean, yeah.
Do you remember?
These 64 people I came in contact with in the last 48 hours? You better give them a call.
Bubba, we had elementary school children with non-mask on, with a barcode to let everybody that you swipe to see where you'd been that day. Are you kidding me? And by the way,
everybody knows you can do that with an app.
All that turned out to be a waste of time. All of it. Let's go to Chris in Georgia. Chris, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hope you're all doing great this morning.
We're good. We are, Chris. Go ahead.
Hey, I had a question for Bubba about the Skinwalker Ranch.
Yes.
All this weird stuff going on with the magnetic fields and radio waves and all like that. I think it might be something to do with what's buried out there or under the ground. I'm just wondering if it could be a little bit of topaz.
That's good delivery.
Okay. I felt that one coming. That was good.
Yeah. Greg's about to make fun of you.
I was. Richard.
I actually have a theory on some of it now. I'm sure Travis has
I don't know if you've heard of it. Yeah,
I may email
I like when we think we've thought of something they hadn't considered yet. It's possible.
Right. Won't you ask Travis, has he thought about a little thing called topaz?
What do you think about topaz? Richard in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI, 30 seconds. Come on.
I think they're faking the COVID. I don't think he's got it.
Did you hear us walk out that? Did you hear us walk out that theory on if that was the strategy? It's actually not a bad strategy.
No, I did not. I missed that part. But I think exactly what it is. They don't want him speaking in public. So they go fine, put him in COVID, and then he'll work isolated now and get so much done.
Yeah, right.
About that patch.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying that's what they're doing, but
that's what they're doing.
But I can see this as the strategy. Don't forget the second part of the strategy. We don't all notice how his cognitive skills are falling away like we've been noticing over the last week.
COVID brain fog.
Yeah, but now we also get to talk about how resilient he was and how he beat COVID. And how good the vaccines and the boosters were.
Or this is how they take him out.
Well, there you go.
And they get a lot of sympathy.
So you're going there.
And they want everybody to go get a shot in memory of him. And you can't go too far off the path with this bunch. You know what I mean? And then Gavin Newsom steps in and runs as their candidate in the next election.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Steven,
I saw the movie, Dave.
Listen, you got me all day long on get one in memory of him.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Steven in Huntsville, listen to the river. Go.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Monkey Grass, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call.
Hey, I was wondering if y'all had heard about the James Webb Telescope, I believe it is.
You're joking, right? Are you kidding around?
No, I heard about No.
Oh, wow.
I'm not kidding.
We've talked
what about it. But what about it? Are you saying there's some news about it?
What are we?
I've seen on a couple of things online about it the other day about it been hit by some meteors or something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you are adding something new. I thought you meant have we ever talked about it? I'm like, we talk about that ad nauseum for a couple of days.
It actually was hit by a small meteor right after it was put into service and has damaged part of the mirrors, but they're able to work around it. Right
you
now.
Okay? I mean,
they knew that was going to happen.
They bring them chicks back out and let them talk about it.
You got to have that. You're going to have that when you're in space.
You're going to have that.
You're going to have it.
Let's go to Kevin in Pinson, Alabama, also on ZZK. Kevin, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys?
Good, Kev. Hope you're all right, buddy.
Pipes.
Doing good. Only thing, I wanted you to go back and look at the courtroom video and see. I don't know what's happening at the beginning of the video, but it looks as though if the bailiff may be stepping to the left right before the lady starts talking on the microphone.
Clearing the
Gives
path.
room for Green Shirt to run up and punch.
Well, maybe. I don't know. We'll go back and look at that. But, we told you where we would be on that, and we're not proud of it, but I'm just telling you that's where we'd be.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Look right there. Look.
He does move over. But do you think he's moving over behind the defendant? I mean,
he don't realize that the family's to the left, right of him?
He does. He absolutely moves.
He sure does.
Now, his reasoning may not be that,
Yeah.
but he is definitely moving.
In my mind, he did it on
It
purpose.
did clear a path.
It certainly did.
Just so happens.
I think that dad cut a deal with him,
Yep.
and he said, "I'll tell you what, I'll get out of the way."
Yeah, come on through here.
We used to do that at practice sometimes if the quarterback got a little mouthy. Let's go to Derek in Dothan, News Talk 1039. Derek, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, gentlemen. I got a question about NASCAR going electric.
Okay.
On the longer 500 and 600 mile races, are they going to stop halfway for a couple hours and let them recharge? Or are they going to have some kind of who can do the fastest battery change?
I think
we're talking about
that's
that.
funny though.
Yeah,
but
it is.
I think you're going to end up seeing probably to begin with maybe 150, 200 mile race.
Yeah, this here is a little showcase they're going to do to get everybody off their bike.
How long is that one in the
showcase called
Coliseum?
Topaz.
Did it say? Did the story
It's not
say
very
how long?
long.
Did it say how long it was?
It didn't.
12
They break
months.
it down in sections. It's I don't think it's very long.
Yeah, they could do it that way where they like they used to do the Coca-Cola 600 where they'd stop halfway. You could change cars out, I guess.
You could.
Yeah, swap your whole new car.
Different car radio.
Good.
Butch in Georgia. Butch, go ahead.
Hey, have y'all heard about Clint Eastwood passing away?
Did he go on in? Is that
Really?
I have not heard that. That's not true, Speedy. Speedy says not true.
Have not heard anything about it.
Well, this phone troll, they lighten it
That's
up.
all right. Speedy said not true.
Well, let's look and see.
Shane in Gadsden, Z93. Shane, go ahead.
Well, I'll be down.
Greg.
Yeah, this pickleball, I really don't understand a lot about pickleball. Where it's played is, is pickleball played in a pickle park?
Somebody I'm afraid hit your phone with a paddle. What did you say?
Is it played in a pickle park?
How many pickle parts do pickleball pick?
I hate that about Clint Eastwood.
Greg, he's not. Now, he is 92, but he has not gone on in at this point. We have not seen it.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big.
Yep.
14 minutes to the top of the hour. Yep. Yeah, so looks like Clint Eastwood's okay.
Heard he's playing pickleball later today.
Oh, sure he is. Yeah, he did shake Joe Biden's hand, may have COVID. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And there's a lot of people, and I do recommend glucosamine control because there's just too many people that say, yeah, once I get on it, I can really tell the difference. So I'm not going to poo-poo that in any shape, form, or fashion.
Well, do you? I guess back to my question, what I was trying to get to. Do you think that soft drinks and other acidic type drinks, speed up the breaking down of cartilage and things?
I don't think it's the cartilage as much as it's the bones. You have a lot of acids in there, and the acids, the phosphate, if you will,
Right.
is not appropriate to calcium. I would say yes, that I think a little bit too much, especially the amount that we drink ourselves. I kind of go on. I'm kind of almost like a religious person. God didn't give us sort of in the natural world, so I think maybe it's something that we really, again, in almost everything, I believe in moderation,
Right.
because it can perturb it slightly.
That's
so
where
if we eat it or drink it the way that it was here naturally, it's much better for you than I've heard it referred to God-made or man-made.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, even if you think about sugar is processed.
Right.
Highly
refined, yeah.
That. Exactly. So, we've refined it too much. But, what's the natural sweetener? Honey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it kind of goes back.
Honey, it never goes bad, I heard.
It appears that we always get back to the same thing, and which was covered, as you said, in God's view of things. Moderation, all the food groups, probably the best way to go when you look at the simplicity of it all. All this other stuff is usually fads. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're at Rick and Bubba University. Got a brand new crop of students coming in. We've been naming those 2-putt secure. Don't be mad with me. And now we need another nickname, Rick and Bubba Army. We need more nicknames from you. This is Elizabeth Oxley. Or you said you also been called Ellie, right?
I go by Ella. I changed it because Elizabeth was too long when I was in 3rd grade. And then if you speak Spanish, you can call me Ellie because that's my Spanish name. So.
Really? But only if I speak Spanish?
Yes.
What should I call you? What should I call you if I don't speak fluent Spanish?
Ella.
Ella, yeah. Because,
Ella?
But if you speak Spanish, it's weird because then it's Asia and that's girl, so that's a little...
What about Beth? Beth out?
Oh, no.
Don't like that at all?
Wow.
Well, I'm gotta
Well,
check.
I mean, that's going to be my nickname now.
Yeah, you blew it.
No,
that's it. Let me write it down.
So, intern Beth.
You told us you were from Tennessee, right?
Yes. I grew up mostly in Tennessee, and then I lived in Aruba for, like, part of my childhood.
Aruba for how long?
4 years, 11 to when I was 15.
How long?
4 years.
4 years? Okay.
11 to 15.
What did your parents do? Why were you in Aruba?
My dad is in the trash business. So recycling and a lot of islands because then where are they going to put their trash? There's only so much
the polar
space.
Bear comment.
Yeah, it does.
I'm just trying to help you save your electricity bill and polar bears.
We get it.
I'm sorry, polar bears?
Rick, my office, as we've talked about, is kind of the crossroads, and that's kind of where everything. Well, the printer is in my office.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So whenever we're doing show prep, copy, or whatever, part of the intern's responsibility is run in and out of my office, checking the printer, and bringing it back in. Well, I noticed every time we went to a commercial break, I went back in and my light was off, and that's normally what we do when we leave for the day. And I was like, "Who's turning my light off?" And so I didn't know. So 20 minutes went by. And I just happened to see.
Kind of crappy about
I kind of happened to see her walking out of my office, and she turned my light off like she was leaving for the day.
You talking about Ella Oxley?
Yes. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" And you said,
I just said I was, trying to save you guys on your electricity bill.
That's not what you said.
No, you said I'm trying to save the planet. You said I'm trying to save the planet.
Save the planet.
Bears.
Well, we can add a little, it doesn't hurt anything.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay.
But apparently I didn't know it was such a nuisance, so I will leave the light
Well,
on.
it's
Polar
She
bears
wanted to know
can
why-
swim,
She wanted to know why he wasn't turning it off.
Actually, with fluorescent lights, you probably use more power flipping them on and off than just leaving them on, like a diesel engine.
True. Greg taught me that. He said if you want to save on your power bill, it's your heating and air and your refrigeration.
Yeah, compressors, heating elements.
The light bulbs are such a small part of it, it's almost insignificant.
But you will be glad to know I've gone all LED in my house.
Yeah, I have
So
too.
I'm using probably
why?
a third of the power I used to in lights, but not because I was saving polar bears. I think they last longer, so I'll have to keep getting the ladder
Exactly
out and
why.
getting the light.
I went to LEDs.
Because I paid 3 times the price for them.
Yeah.
Me too. I went to LEDs for no other reason than I'm tired of changing light bulbs.
Look, I'm good.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. Hey. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Remember, Dennis Prager is the person I credit this phrase with. Dennis Prager said it so wonderfully. He said, "Everything that the left touches, they ruin." And he is spot on that. Now the left is ruining Disney World. I feel bad for the next generation of kids because, I grew up Wonderful World of Disney on Sunday night, 6 o'clock, and it was kind of a wonderful family entertainment experience, and I remember dreaming of what it would be like if my family ever got enough money to go to, or an opportunity to go to the Magic Kingdom, and, I was a goofy little kid, and I thought it was kind of cool, and I really enjoyed the whole Disney thing. But now Disney is just, I think Disney is so losing their way that I think they're even doing things that even those that have demanded some of this don't even want anymore. You know how I think they're going too far. I think even like on this one, I think even the LGBTQ's like, "Yeah, this is over the line. What are you talking about? We don't care about this." I mean,
they're starting to be offended for.
By the way, is there anybody out there that cares about Disney World saying that they are going to now take the fairy godmothers and make them more gender neutral? Going to call them apprentices?
Are we overthinking this a little bit?
Apprentices? for cast members working at its dress-up salons. I don't even think anybody cares about that. Now you're even catering to an audience of none. I mean, I think you could stop somebody and say, "How you like the gay days they have over at Disney?" And somebody says, "I think they're great. How do you feel about this?" Good. Hey, they're going to work on the fairy godmother thing, and I think they'd go, "I couldn't care less about that. I don't even care."
That never crossed my mind.
That never crossed my mind. I don't even know who they're trying to cater to here. Fairy godmothers in training are now apprentices, and they want you to know. So if you go to Disney World and you go to one of these dress-up salons, they will not call these people, because the bit was you come in and you're like a little Cinderella or Sleeping Beauty or whatever,
right.
And you take your daughter, if you can call her that, probably not at Disney anymore.
Well, that's true.
And you go in and they go, the people in here that are helping you dress up as a princess, there's fairy godmothers in training.
Right.
That's kind of cool. Little girls probably think that's awesome, and it'd be a lot of fun. No.
What do you mean, girl?
Well, I'm sorry.
can't have
You're
that,
right.
Rick.
You're right. I guess we can't even have them. I'm just going to say, Disney, I think that's stupid. You're doing a lot of stupid things, and I think this is the stupidest of the stupid so far.
There you go.
Nobody cares about this. You're accomplishing nothing with this. Now you're just catering for the sake of catering. I don't even think anybody cares.
We're trying to outdo each other.
Yeah. Trying to look sharp. And this is what it's causing, the atmosphere in Disney. Now, Bubba, Disney World descends into chaos as two families brawl in a huge Magic Kingdom fight. We're seeing more of this. Frustrated people at Disney World. Now, Bubba, this one descends into we saw one similar to this.
Yeah.
And now it looks like here's another. Look, I like how these families have got their matching shirts and shorts, so you know what team everybody's on.
Well,
we're not.
Who they fighting though? The other team
They're-
has white shirts too.
Yeah, so I don't know. What color shorts
We're
do they have
squaring
on?
off here.
Yeah, so we don't have a lot of footage on this, which I'm disappointed in all the people with their phones. But this almost looks like it's we're getting everybody. Bubba, this may be. I see that the other family's not organized. They don't have uniforms, but I see who they are. Oh, now it's descending in. I like this family member who's now getting lows to be sure they're not tackling people up too high.
We're hoping some
beard
guy back.
is a problem back there. Tank top's holding him back, and matching shirt and shorts family.
I think Big Yellow could be a handle for him.
I don't know who Big Yellow belongs to. He's the representing the other family.
Yeah, he's not the white
and
shirt.
he's talking to White Hat,
Right.
who seems to be representing the other family. Like they're the two leaders. Oh, was that a punch on the way out? So I don't know, but it says that a dispute between two families in line at Disney World turned ugly just this week when an altercation escalated into an all-out brawl. And, Bubba, I love this headline. Somewhere in Fantasyland, between Cinderella's castle and Peter Pan's flight, two warring families traded punches and profanity, which is not very Disney-like.
No, it isn't.
As onlookers screamed in the background.
The mouse wouldn't be happy.
It continued at the theme park for several minutes before park personnel and deputies broke it up.
I found another angle, and this has more SWAT in it.
Okay. Oh, look, now here it is.
Red shorts, white shirt people.
It seems the families all fight at that same spot. Remember the other one we had? I think it was in the same spot.
About 4-on-1.
Oh, we got 4-on-1. Uniform family going after the All-Star family. That's why Beard's so mad.
And Rick, they're fighting with a big mouse on their shirt.
Oh yeah. The matching Disney shirts makes this even better.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and
Isn't it crazy now with everybody with a smartphone in their pocket? We basically have 330 million cameramen out there every day.
Yeah, I will say this for the matching shirt family: they get the women involved. They get the women involved. They look. The women are right in the middle of it to begin. That's a pretty good punch from Red Short family. And then Beard is being held back now by Bandana, who doesn't seem to belong to either family. I think he's just there at Disney World. Look, he's finally going to give up and move on. All right, there's Muscle Shirt with Beer Gut. He's involved. So I don't know. That's we're getting more of this, aren't we? It's But let's face it, with the heat there is right now, the only thing worse than being at Disney World standing in line in normal weather is standing in line in a furnace.
Yeah, or fighting at Disney World.
They say that like the Fast Pass thing there now is a nightmare. I talked to a family that just recently went. They said it's harder than ever now.
I thought that was the happiest place on earth.
It is not the happiest place on earth. It's actually turning into one of the most frustrating places on earth.
And expensive.
Yeah.
You can't beat the sine wave, Rick.
No, well, I hate to say this, and this is going to upset.
Everybody's a victim.
This is going to upset some people, and I don't mean to. I don't like to do that.
It's not your way.
It's not. It's not my nature. It's not my way. I'm a go along, get along guy, as we all know. But on my list of things that look fun but aren't, Disney World is on that list. It's sitting at the number 5
So
position.
it looks fun.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It looks fun, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all I'm thinking about right now, sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of the night and think, if my kids ever have kids, I may have to go back. And I'm thinking, how does a granddad get out of it?
I know. I already started getting out of it late in my kids' deal.
Yeah, well, when our kids...
Betty scarred me so bad, I didn't want to go back.
When our kids were done, I thought, I will never return. But now that it worries me.
I took Ruby to the World Games, and I kept telling her it's the Olympics. Is Vision Land still open?
Incandescent bulbs is the same technology when it was invented. It needed to be updated. There's other ways to make light.
In the part of Tennessee that you're from, McMinnville.
McMinnville, nursery capital of the world.
What's that? That's
right.
Nursery capital, like Tree City.
Nursery capital?
Like where we tree farms. We
Tree
have the
farms.
most tree farms in the
McMinnville.
world. So.
Do you know a lot about trees?
I worked actually when I was in high school. I worked in an entomology lab with bugs, studying like invasive species, and so I got stung by fire ants, and so I know a little bit about trees, but like, tulip populars are the state tree of Tennessee. I don't know Alabama.
I want the Lord!
But we'll see.
Thank you, Rick.
Of all the old growth trees I've seen! And tell them that we love them and that we don't want them to die. That there are some people here who do care. So I want you to know that, trees. That we care.
Listen right here.
I think
Now
we
you talk.
are deeply hurting in America.
Repeat what she's
I
saying.
think we are deeply crazy.
We are deeply crazy.
Answers.
I
think
Oh my gosh, that
we've
sounds just like
lost
you.
our identity.
We lost our identity
as we have evolved into technology and into industrialized society.
Okay.
Yeah, I like
All right,
that.
intern old growth.
Writing that one down, my friend.
Now, how are you on cutting pine trees and harvesting them?
I can learn. Is that part of my? Is that on
Do
the
you
list?
have-
I have not seen that on the
It really
intern
is the
list yet,
ultimate
but-
recycling.
You don't have any
by
problem
the
with that, recycling trees and cutting trees and
growing more trees.
And growing more trees
Yeah.
because that helps my town.
So you're all about no problem with that. So you're not like
I need to know more about spruce trees. I don't understand the different types, but I'll get with you later.
We can talk about this off the air.
You're not a radical environmentalist or anything like that, are you? I mean, not the ones that are. We're not talking about just common sense things.
We're conservationists.
We're conservationists, but you're not an environmentalist like
wacko.
Yeah, well, there it is. There it is.
Thank you, Bubba.
Tree hugger of the year. No, I mean, I like trees, but I like.
Do you want them to know that?
Say I like trees.
Do you want them to know that you love them?
I
don't want you to die.
I'm a little bit of a tree hugger. I do.
I knew it.
She went up.
I'm probably
Her
I'm probably
octave
a little
went
bit
up
more left
when she wasn't being guarded. She sounds exactly like
Yes, she did. Just say, no, I love trees.
I love trees. Shout out to my hometown. Yeah.
That's right.
Nursery
Do you want
McBenneville?
Do you want them to know that you love them?
Yes, it's our industry. I worked for the Chamber of Commerce.
Now
so.
we're getting it.
There,
She
I
just
got it.
relaxes. You got it.
Yeah.
She said you've always wanted to study journalism.
Yes, I have. Oh, I did.
Sounds
not
like that was a
I
surprise to her. Did you see that?
I don't know how to tell you that.
That's what I wrote when I applied here. No.
You wrote that in your application. You want to intern writing articles for your hometown newspaper, Southern Standard,
In high school I wrote for them, so they let
and
me.
the Explorer.
Yes, I wrote for my high school paper. That was a
little
long
writing.
time ago.
Also,
so.
you've been written scripts from WCS TV News.
Well, that was Yes, that's our local like TV station. So they play like Graduation and
The one
when it's not Graduation.
And you used to listen to the show with your dad during the morning commute.
Yes.
And you want to continue listening throughout your life.
Of course. I will be a lifetime listener. My dad's listening now.
Hey, Dad. And Rick, one of the facts, I don't know if you have it there, she is friends with Pippet, former intern.
I should have put that on the top of my
Yeah, I would have.
The famous McPippet.
Wow.
It explains a lot.
Have you ever had a nickname before?
I have multiple. Like
boy.
Because my real name's Elizabeth, and Elizabeth was very long in 3rd grade to write out, and everyone had short names, so I switched to Ella.
Right.
And then I studied abroad in Argentina, and so I couldn't go by Ella because that's Asia, girl in Spanish, and so my host family called me Ellie.
Ellie.
So, but I'm ready for a fun nickname.
Nickname. You've lived in Tennessee, Aruba. You studied in Argentina.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, when she emailed me back about the internship, you were in Argentina. Correct?
I was.
Yeah,
so
'cause we were trying to get a meeting. That was tough to set a meeting up from Argentina to here.
Bubba, according to her application, she immersed herself in the Argentinian culture.
Really?
Oh, really?
So tell us about that culture.
It was fun. It was a lot. I ate a lot of beef, and but no, I lived with a host family. I had 4 siblings, a horse, and a dog, and then my parents. And my mom actually does publicity there, so I went to a lot of radio shows. So I did have, but I got a couple of shout outs. They didn't have me on air much. My Spanish, I have a thick accent, but
Really, your Spanish pretty good.
my host parents don't speak English, so now we still keep up. So.
Right.
Oh, wow.
But yeah,
How about the horse? What did it speak?
It was universal. It just carrots, can get you pretty far.
Yeah, they love that. So we've got journalism, we've got Argentina, we've got Aruba, McMinnville. We have a little bit of tree hugger there.
Yeah.
You have
McPippet Jr.
McPippet Jr. You got any? Do you have any hobbies of any kind?
Ooh, I like
packing. It sounds like.
Besides recycling and saving the planet.
Yeah.
Polar bears.
I like. I do like traveling. I went to Cambodia for Christmas with my best friend, and I was in 2 weddings there.
In Cambodia?
What?
Yeah. So I like
2 weddings.
Mm-hmm. I'm very popular on the Cambodian wedding circuit.
Say, so yeah.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
Real heavy on sports today. Real heavy.
Usually that's a Monday thing. Today it's a Friday thing.
I know it's a Friday thing, but this is more.
But you know what? I'm enjoying the break from
I am too.
the
I'm having
political
fun with it.
drama.
Yeah, me too.
Dragging me down.
What else is there to add to that, really? By the way, we did have did you see another Supreme Court ruling that 5-4? Did you see that one?
Yeah. It it was a little strange that they upheld a Texas judge that was stopping deportation of only the most violent criminals. But the way it was worded was kind of strange. I was trying to weed through it. But you're talking about a strange mix. You had all of the females voting for it, all the guys voting against it.
That was odd.
Even Coney Barrett, very conservative, went with the liberal women on this one.
Yeah, but so another blow to the Biden administration because Supreme Court has ruled they refuse to reinstate the policy Bubba just said, which was a Biden-era policy that limited deportation powers.
And you only went after the most violent criminals.
And so the Supreme Court overruled the Biden administration on its plea for reinstating it. All right, so let's talk about
so sorry,
Coach Sanders,
Coach
Primetime, Coach Prime, and we've talked about this a lot about the difference in divisions of football and conferences and things like that. And he's gonna confirm that where the difference is, and he's asked a question during the SWAC media days if his team is ready to play Alabama. And here is Primetime's response to that question.
Could he potentially play in Jackson State? What does that mean to you?
He's not going to play us right now. We're not ready for that. No, not what's. And we're not into sacrificing our kids to get a check. He got to give me another year. I got to get beef up in the front. The difference of Power 5s and HBCUs right now are those big guys in the middle. It's not the quarterbacks, it's not the receivers, the DBs, or the skill position, but those big dogs in the middle. We got to beef up that to be able to compete with something like that.
So he's just being honest. We're not ready for that yet. And he said, I'm not for sacrificing my players for a check.
And, you know, we've talked about it before. That's been Coach Saban, one of his things. I mean, the guys up front are always the difference.
It's the difference.
You want good skill people, don't get me wrong. But
everybody's got them.
You can have good skill people laying in the backfield because they never got to the line of scrimmage. And that is the difference, I think, in the top level schools, the Alabama, the Georgias, over some of the second-tier teams, especially in the SEC, has been line performance. And you look at that, and the depth of the line, because and you can look at who's putting people in the NFL right now. Who's got the first-round draft picks that's coming off the line? And the teams that don't are the teams that are finishing 500 and below.
Yeah, and that's both sides. You got to have defensive line and offensive line.
Absolutely.
And that's where the difference is in the different conferences and the different sizes and divisions. Let me tell you what's funny. I don't know. I can't think of his name. Bubba, you won't be familiar with this. Greg probably won't either. But you would know this actor if I showed him to you. But for those of you out there that are big into the Avengers, and he's been in other stuff, but he's basically the actor that plays Iron Man's sidekick, who goes on to kind of take Iron Man's role after he goes on in. You would recognize him if you saw him.
I know the actor you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I saw a video of him, and it's out there on social media. It just came up on the feed, and it was so funny. He said, and he talked about this. He said, I was a Division I college football prospect.
I saw that interview.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
And they were asking him about, how he became an actor. He said, well, I'll tell you how. He goes, I was taken by a Division I school, and I was out there at my first big scrimmage, and I was a defensive back. And he said they told me to come up, and I'm to stuff the blocker and and get the guy to bounce outside, inside, but I'm supposed to take the block on.
Yeah, that was his assignment.
That was his assignment. He said, and I was not familiar with the level of these type of interior people. And he said the biggest white person I've ever seen in my life came around that end as a pulling guard. He said, I'd never seen a person this large and this athletic. And he said he hit me, stepped on me. His cleat was on my chest as he stomped me to move on to block somebody else because I didn't even tie him up. He goes, and that day I decided to become an actor. So it's the interior guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Big ugly.
That's how I ended up being an actor.
It's just funny they call by name they're called the unskilled players. But wow, I tell you, the skilled guys don't do much without them.
Their size and their ability to move, you can't even really believe it. It's almost like a modern day Nephilim.
Yeah.
You're like, what created this?
And the size that they are and they're expected to be has gone up. We were talking about when we were in high school. I mean, if you had a guy over 200, that was a big guy. And now the safety has to be 200 plus. If your linemen are not all 300, and now a lot of them are in the 350s.
When we played, a 250-pound lineman was huge.
Yep.
We were like, man, he weighs 250.
Oh yeah, I tell.
He was a specimen. Everybody wanted to see him.
I couldn't believe it.
You should see their faces when I'm trying to do a little bit better, and the real athletes come in, and they're doing their stuff, and they'll talk to me about football, and I said, now this is going to blow your mind. I played defensive line, and they look at me like, what? You're too small. I mean, you'd be a linebacker. Now and so you better be able to run. Man. Playing at 250 pounds, there ain't no way. You get thrown around unless you're an edge rusher. Yeah. That's different. But there you got to have all kinds of speed.
You got to be so quick they can't catch you.
Yeah. All right. Also, it's the Biden administration. It's a rough time. The approval ratings. I mean, they are just absolutely atrocious. You know why? Because of the fruit they're producing. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so Jill Biden was trying to, I guess, move from one location to another. and you would think people might have a little bit of, your husband we just announced he's got COVID. They might back off just a little bit.
You're talking about the first lady.
Yeah, but that does not happen. As you hear the heckler as she's about to go in. Here we go.
Can I tell you this? The Secret Service guy behind her almost starts laughing.
He does.
Did you see him grinning?
Look,
with the glasses
thank
on?
you. Your husband's the worst president we've ever had. You owe us gas money.
She handled it pretty good.
Watch
though.
the guy in the glasses right behind her. He cracks a smile.
Okay.
I mean, you can't help but laugh. Look, this guy's serious. He's serious, right?
Worst president we've ever had. You owe us gas money. You owe us gas money. That's guy up front is laughing. You're right. That guy's okay. Your
everybody started getting in on that.
Your husband's the worst president we ever had. You owe us gas money. Oh my goodness!
Look, listen. I disagree with almost everything they do, but I think you have to draw the line there, screaming at the first lady. You know, that's kind of like interrupting somebody's dinner.
Do y'all
You
think?
know,
I'm not a fan of that.
I think even liberal justices deserve to have a meal.
do.
You know,
Sure.
Do y'all think that she thought they were being complimentary and really didn't hear what they said, or she's doing that right? Overdo it. Okay, you're being negative. Thank you for your support.
that's probably just her generic thing she does because I'm sure she gets it a lot.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if she actually heard what they even said.
Right. Have you heard about the Supreme Court justices' neighbors? What they're doing now? These
yeah.
groups.
Yeah,
they have found the neighbors, their names, their kids' names, where those kids go to school.
Their neighbors.
And now they're harassing the neighbors of like Kavanaugh and others. The neighbors.
Like they have anything to do with anything.
Well,
I can't help what I live by.
They're the whole thing is just to stir up
Somebody
against them. But look, we have federal laws against doing this, and they're not enforced.
I know. That's the key.
Merrick Garland is derelict in duty in that.
Agreed. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you for hire? Is that what happened?
Yeah. No, my best friend. They took me. I went with them, and we'd always talked about going. And then they didn't really know what to do with me at the wedding because I do not speak Khmer. And so they were like,
me neither. Another thing we got in common.
I'm working on my Khmer.
And so they were like, well, you can. How about you be in the wedding? And so I got dressed up, and they did like my hair and makeup. And my parents didn't actually recognize me. I've never looked in the mirror and like not recognized myself before, but it can happen.
What did they do?
I did that once.
Did they do the hair way up? And I mean, what did they do?
Yeah, someone actually asked me if I was Cambodian. They just saw I wore like blue colored contacts because I had such thick eyeliner on.
I'm missing how the fact you can't speak the language, let's just put you in the wedding.
Yeah.
As opposed to you just watching
Thank
the
you,
wedding.
I can't speak the language, so put me
So
in
I'll
the
tell
wedding.
you what, let's give you in the wedding, give you a role.
So just stand here, don't talk.
Yeah, essentially.
You couldn't have just watched the wedding?
No, she don't know the language.
Oh, okay. I don't know what
I
I
mean,
was
like
thinking.
that.
That's obvious.
Thank you so much.
You made that up.
Everybody knows that.
They're a day and a half long, so.
A wedding's a day and a half? Wow.
Really? Ella, you've done a lot of things. It's going to be a little boring for you around here, I believe.
No, I'm excited. Bring it on.
All right, we'll come back. We'll grab. We'll see if we can't get down to a top.
It's no Cambodia.
A top 3, a top 5.
Sexiest fat man alive, though.
That's it. And we'll try to get you a nickname, and then you can be forever in Rick and Bubba University history. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the phones we go. But Speedy, tell them what we're voting on.
I got to look at
We've got Captain Planet, Old Growth, Cordoba, and Twiggy Smalls.
Okay, that's all we're voting on.
It is funny to say we have Tupac Shakur and Twiggy Smalls.
Yes, that's good. Rick and Bubba, show your vote, please.
Twiggy Smalls.
There we go. Rick and Bubba, show your vote, please.
Lumbarelli.
Okay. Rick and Bubba, show your vote, please.
How about Bella?
Rick and Bubba, show
Not
your
one
vote,
of them.
please.
Hey, I got disconnected. I was on hold for the name vote.
Go ahead.
Go ahead with it. What's your vote?
Twiggy Smalls for show.
Okay. Rick and Bubba, show. What's your vote, please?
Twiggy Smalls.
Rick and Bubba, show your vote, please.
Intern Jenny Bus.
Every time.
Wasn't as good today as he normally is. Hey, Rick and Bubba, show your vote, please.
Twiggy Smalls.
Oh, well, looks like we're on a roll. Rick and Bubba, show your vote, please.
Twiggy Smalls.
Rick and Bubba, show your vote, please.
Twiggy Smalls.
Okay. Rick and Bubba, show your vote, please. Your vote, please. Rick, there's another Twiggy. Rick and Bubba, show your vote, please.
Twiggy Smalls.
Okay, all right, this is the same. There it is. Okay.
Yeah,
So Twiggy Smalls.
Twiggy
it is.
Smalls it is.
Well, welcome to Rick and Bubba University, Twiggy Smalls.
Thank you.
You're ready to go. And
Twiggy.
You know, one thing we didn't talk about was
Twiggy Smalls.
we didn't talk about was her platform shoe she had on today.
Yeah.
She could have been intern Gene Simmons.
I know.
Monster boots.
Yeah, monster boots. How much those lift you up off the ground?
I think they're 4 inches because I'm like 5'4", and I think I'm 5'8" with them. So
Yeah. But
That's 4 inches. Math works out.
Yeah.
Sure.
Adler says you're not allowed to wear them.
That's good.
I'll tell you one thing,
scare
turn those
some
into
people.
Adler on the way out.
That's right.
my dental hygienist says they look like what's the monster? Herman
Munster.
They do.
Munster. She's
They
like they're
do.
Herman Munster shoes.
They
I was
are.
like,
Well, that is a problem for Greg. though.
Lily.
Greg had a run-in with a guy over.
I did.
Herman
And
Munster shoes.
I'd be worried if your dental hygienist was looking at that end, not in your mouth.
That's right. Yeah. Good point.
That's good. That is, buddy.
There you go. Welcome to Rick and Bubba University. Twiggy Smalls joins Two Putt Secure and Don't Be Mad with Me. All in Rick and Bubba University, earning their degrees in common sense. If you're leaving us, have a big day.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. As we continue to move forward, don't forget RBU coming up this weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. You can catch that wherever you get podcasts. We interview Chris Moore, 15 years in the NFL, including being part of the Buffalo Bills team that went to the Super Bowl 4 times in a row.
Wow.
No wins. And was there for the Music City Miracle. Bap, bap. So catch that this weekend. Also, Man Church, Kevin Derryberry, Warrior, Alabama, Crossroads Church, Sunday night. Go by and hear Kevin's really moving testimony and spend time with him as they roll through the strategy. So, Bubba, we got another, is this another robot video?
Oh, yeah, more robots, Rick. I know how you and Greg love robots.
Well, I know. I could tell that you had the real. I could tell you had the,
I like robots.
The realization that this robot video will be inferior to what we saw yesterday.
Well, the robot dog from Russia shooting a machine gun will be very hard to top, really, quite frankly. But, you know, with the electric cars, we've had a lot of electric car talk today. You're going to have a situation where folks are going to be driving these are disabled or can't get them, you know, hooked up, and now they have an automated process to charge your car. How about that?
Really? So all right. So it's even got music to go with it.
Apparently so.
With my little app.
And you turn it on with an app.
Okay. And I see my gas tank opens up. No pun intended. I know it's about
charging.
All right.
port,
I'm gonna call it gas tank.
Yeah, I get it.
And
what else is going on here?
And so this is like a docking situation.
I like that little music with it.
Yeah. There. And so it
But
just,
it lines up and then it goes right in there.
I think I could
How about we're
already
so
have charged
lazy
by
we
now.
can't even plug it in ourselves?
they're
now.
handicapped.
Huh?
They're
Well, she's
handicapped.
up walking around.
I know, but
She's
she's
getting
showing
her
what a
wheelchair out.
This is showing you what handicapped people.
Speedy wishes he had that back.
Well, no, I'm
I
just
tell you, once you get her lazy, hey,
Well, the video's a little misleading because she's up walking around.
That's what Bubba just said.
I missed that part.
Get out of the car, lazy.
I was locked in.
That's what Bubba just said.
He said what?
Do you want to go stand in the blue parking space and scream, "Get up, lazy"?
What did he
What are
say?
you talking about? He said these are for people who have physical challenges.
Right, but then the video shows somebody walking around. So I just got
She's
confused.
walking around to get her wheelchair
Speedy,
out of the
Speedy,
car.
people have physical challenges that can also walk.
Yeah.
Well, I get
Walking's
it,
not the only.
but the person in the video can't. She's fine.
Right. This is not about.
She's
but
fine.
I guess you
Watch what she's doing.
Right.
Hey, that lady can walk.
She can walk, by the way. Bad example.
She's showing how
She's
it works.
portraying.
Now, I said, to my defense, I said it before she grabbed the wheelchair.
Yeah,
But if you'd have just listened to what Bubba said, you wouldn't have said it.
Well, I saw her walking, Rick.
I know. I said. Bubba's going to.
Now she's in a wheelchair. Now I'm
Why are you parking right here, lazy?
She walked around the car.
Yeah,
Right, thank you.
Right, I got that.
And then they show her running.
I just
That's
thought
an
the fact
actor
that,
playing
that
a
it would
handicapped
dock
person.
and charge the car by itself. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Because there are people that may need that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like Major League Pickleball. Or
It ain't like that
anything.
dog robot.
It's a step down on the robot video.
It was.
Well,
Yeah,
anything that shoots a machine gun, that's hard to.
Would you like to supplement it with Mars Rover to try to help the segment a little bit?
Yeah, well,
I mean,
you know,
Get them
I
ugly
saw,
women back up
I
there
saw
talking.
that this morning, and I thought, well, shouldn't they be making more about this?
Show somebody walking.
Because the Mars rover spotted what looked like a little mini tumbleweed.
Holy moly.
And I think they've decided
There
it
you
was
are.
part of the original packing from when it landed. So
that's what I was worried about. It's really we left
it's
it.
basically trash we put out on Mars.
Right. Speedy
Because
said,
if that's a plant rolling around up there, we got a story here today.
or as Speedy said, the rover's sloppy.
Yeah.
Sloppy.
You know, they found a piece of some of the parachute stuff that comes out early as it comes in on re-entry earlier. And I mean, so we're already spreading garbage all around Mars, for crying out loud.
Well, hey, look, we'll spread
Dirty the
garbage.
place up.
Matter of fact, they showed a piece of footage a minute ago, and there was like an Indian standing there crying.
In this case, it was Martian, the little Martian guy out there crying.
Yeah, what is he called?
Martin the
Is
Martian.
it Marlin?
No, Martin.
Is it Martin?
I think so.
Good night, Lord.
I came up
Bugs
with
Bunny.
Marvin. It's Marvin.
It's Marvin.
Marvin. Both of us are wrong. How about
Something
that?
like that.
How about neither
Y'all
one
know
of
what
us?
I'm talking about.
How about we were both passionately wrong?
I think it's Martin the Martian.
Marvin.
There it is, Marvin.
There he is. What do they know?
Marvin.
You know, but what do they know?
They don't know.
They didn't spell it right. It's really Martin.
Yeah. That's a
Or what was I called? I don't even know what I was calling it. What was I calling it?
Something.
Marlin.
Marlin.
I think you were calling it Marlin.
Yeah.
Well, we were all around.
So one of you had Martin and one of you had Marlin.
Did you hear me? We were all
and it was
around.
actually
We had it
Marvin.
surrounded.
I have a Tesla story.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
You gonna make fun of the handicap on it too?
No,
No,
I
that's
wasn't
good,
making
Greg.
fun of the handicap.
That's good.
It clearly showed her walking
Don't you
around.
come off
But
that.
anyway, so a buddy of mine owns a Tesla.
Wasn't
and
even
he
an Indian.
Had to go
I
to
know.
Huntsville for a business trip. So he drove the Tesla up to Huntsville.
I'm sorry. So Adler finds Iron Eyes Cody and puts it on the screen. Greg, no way can stop himself. Points. I said, not even a real Indian.
He's not. He's Italian.
He's Italian.
He is.
He's not even
Look
an
it up.
Indian.
Look it up.
Look it up. No, yeah,
You're
that's
right.
Just, yeah, you're right. It's just an
He does
actor.
look like that guy on the Buffalo Nickel, though. Go ahead. I mean, he really does.
Speedy, I want to hear about the Tesla.
No, I really don't think it's a good story now.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's good.
There's two things.
This is much better.
Whether we do it off air or on air, I want to know about that, Speedy,
okay,
and I also
thank you
want
for
to
your
know
fake
the
encouragement.
pro
Wait a
world
minute.
pickleball team.
No, I
names.
need to find
You don't want to know either one of those.
I do.
I
I
don't think
care
he-
about these two.
He's very nice.
At some
There
point,
he
I
is.
want y'all to
Look.
talk to me about those two
Yeah.
things. There
I
he
wish
is.
that was you.
Rick,
What?
look.
It does look.
Wow, it does look like a lot. But it was good casting.
It
You,
was.
you have to give them props on the casting.
Wow, so you don't care about that. You just cared.
That was a little charity.
You went, oh, wow.
Well, I said it's good casting.
You couldn't get back in that phone any quicker.
Yeah. What do y'all want to do? Throw it in the tractors on fire and see if I care about it again?
That's
Speedy. Yeah, man, that's
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
So, a buddy of mine
Yeah,
owns a
that's
Tesla.
Mm-hmm. Buddy, you're
First of all, you ain't got no buddies. Go ahead.
When did the alarm clock go off? At top of the hour?
Yeah. Let me tell you
just
something.
now woke up.
I'm gonna play the role of Speedy in the kickoff hour, and I hear this every time I listen. Say again, you got a buddy that's got a Tesla.
Okay, I got a buddy who has a Tesla.
Oh, my buddies are rich.
Yeah, he is, by the way.
I got
great.
rich buddies. I got rich buddies. That's what he would have said.
You're right.
Exactly
You're
right.
right. And he is rich. But no, so he went up to Huntsville, and he said he got caught up in, I went to the meeting, and then I went out and got some lunch or whatever, when really I should have charged my Tesla during that time.
Well, because he's used to driving a regular car.
And so he gets back, and one of his coworkers is riding shotgun with him, and they get back, and it's like halfway here, they realize they're down to like 4%.
Uh-oh.
And he starts like
See,
he's trying to find where's the charging station, and there is none. So then they start Googling, what is the optimal speed to save battery life, and it was between 60 and 70, I guess. So he set cruise at like 65, but they made it, but it was like with just 1% or 2 left.
Well, I'm surprised we don't see more of those on this side of the interstate.
I know. Well, you're used to being in a gas.
Yeah, and that's what he said. He said I should have during the meeting been charging my Tesla.
It, Bubba? Why'd you look at me like that?
Well, the car will alert you way before that.
Okay.
Well, no, it told him.
Sounds
It said
a little
like
fishy on that.
no, it said low battery.
You're saying his rich buddy's an idiot.
Or Speedy
no,
made the whole
no,
story.
it's actually his Tesla, and he was driving it. So I'm gonna take what he said.
Is he handicapped?
No, but he said it was low battery. He said low battery, and it got down.
Is he
to
an Indian or Italian?
Where when he pulled up,
he's Italian playing an Indian
percentage. So
Does it have a machine gun on top of it?
I'm sorry, Speedy. I'm so sorry.
you're fine, buddy. It's
I love
okay.
you.
All of
hate
this
you,
is
but I
Adler's
love you.
fault.
Yeah, thanks, man. Bubba doesn't believe the story, even though he didn't own one.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Anyway, Bubba and I, you have to pardon us. We're a little taken back today. We had something tough we had to work through today. It was rough. Stood in the hall, talked about it, tried to work it out. When we realized last night that we've gotten so old that we're now older than the Supreme Court justice. I mean, that was
I think it's the first time I've had to deal with that one.
That was a bit of a kick in the gut today. I was sitting there.
When a potential Supreme Court justice has to say "sir" to me,
right,
that's bad. That's bad.
Boy, that hit me like a ton of bricks last night.
That's so good.
I looked around at Sherry. I said, hey, he's only been married to his wife 20 years. Wait a minute.
He's only 49.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Good gracious.
Same age Speedy.
I mean, usually.
No, I'm 48.
You're getting close.
Yeah.
You're getting close. You could have been a classmate with
You
him.
got that right.
Bubba, we're older than the Supreme Court justice.
And by the way, I can't say his name very well. I've still been practicing.
Nah, we're trying.
Gorsuch.
Last night was funny, though. And
Gorsuch.
I know.
Just,
I gotta learn it.
It's gore and such, but you
Gorsuch.
you rush the
Gorsuch.
such, so it sounds like
Gorsuch.
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 That's it. That's all it is.
I know this has been a long and brutal political season, and a lot of people are kind of done with it.
Sure,
I got that.
Sure.
We listen. I don't know anybody that's normal who ain't done with it on some level.
Bubba, we've had several spoonfuls of it.
But the comedy is keeping me alive in it.
Sure.
And, normally, there's a zebra dragging a man off. I just didn't expect to see that this morning. I mean, dragging him off.
By the way, you don't see
Animals
that.
are attacking everybody.
I know. It's
Oh, wow, guys.
Does anybody want to say, Rick, sorry we didn't listen when you told us they were attacking?
I had no idea they were so aggressive. I just thought they were a striped mule. But anyway.
By the way, it took me a long time yesterday to get past that tiger video.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
I'm still not over it.
Yeah.
I finally got past it. But
You realize the comedy and you have to enjoy this whether you are pro-Trump or anti. The fact that most of these nominees are just mentioned in the middle of the day and they go on, but Trump has a primetime announcement and goes as far as to fly both of them in to create confusion about who. I mean, it's right out of The Apprentice or something.
Yeah,
I mean, it's classic. So I couldn't help but enjoy that. I also enjoyed seeing the protesters who were outside the Supreme Court building who had blank signs. Did you see this? And cans of paint ready to paint their sign for hatred for whoever was nominated. they didn't even know who it was going to be, and they were ready to go. They showed them trying to spell it. They couldn't spell it either.
Right, yeah. Has anybody checked on Chucky Schumer? Is he okay?
Yeah. Well.
By the way, got a clarification. Did you see he's not Amy Schumer's dad? They're cousins.
Yeah.
I never thought it was his dad. Was that
Yeah,
out?
I did. Several people, and I thought they said that Amy Schumer was Chuck Schumer's daughter, but I saw the story this morning that said that they're cousins.
Yeah,
and it was a funny comment. I have to, she could be a little crude, but Trump had labeled him fake tears.
Oh yeah,
Chucky.
Of course.
Yeah,
and she came out and said she would have to defend her cousin but he is a terrible actor.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny.
Yeah, so it was.
Man, this is great. If you love political science or just America, man, what a great
or
time.
just comedy.
Yeah,
we were.
Sure. You got it all right now.
Sherry and I were talking about that last night when he was walking down that red carpet, and Sherry was like, "He's like really the president." I was like, I know.
I had that
I know.
moment last night.
I was like, I know.
He tried to make the
whole
I'm
not
thing,
upset about it. It's just odd.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just really
He
odd.
tried to make the thing last night as cool as the opening to The Apprentice, but I don't think they could pull it off.
Right,
It's
no.
not quite there.
Well, it does feel a little bit awkward, but I mean, at the end of the day, so far, the thing that people who wanted was for him to get in there like a businessman and go to work. And I think that you may not like the work he's doing, but he is doing what I think the people who support him want him to do.
Yeah.
And then last night was a big test in my opinion. And Bubba and I were laughing about hearing Beck and some of them talking about yesterday, going, well, here comes those evangelicals who had to hold their nose and came out there and stood next to him and all that. Even got pictures, and of course, didn't think in the background there were some magazines on the wall. That kind of stuff. If he goes against them on this pick right here, because all you heard from the evangelical Supreme Court justice, man, got Supreme Court justice.
That was point number one.
I've got to do it. And he was saying, and basically he was saying the other guy they said got down to the final two would have been an anti. That would have been a pick the evangelicals would not have liked. And
Brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other. Waking on their blubber. Gonna be a big star.
I don't understand what's going on here. I can't do this. What have you done?
I don't know.
I mean, Speedy.
I know. I'm hurrying.
This really upsets me. You didn't ask me if I wanted that.
It fell, Rick.
It had not fallen. I was fine.
Oh, I can do that.
No, it fell when I was making the adjustment.
Well, I know, but leave it alone. 2 more segments. You could have worked on it all weekend. I mean, what are you messing with my microphone for?
Greg,
Speedy just comes over, doesn't even ask me. If he can
rope, we just start cutting.
And I can't mess with my mic because I can't even reach it. And he grabs my mic and he starts messing with it. Nobody asked him to do it.
Believe it or not, your brother is really good at this part of it.
Okay. Do you realize my point again? 2 more segments.
I know.
And did I say, hey, my mic's messed up one time today? I mean, did I say, man, I just don't like the way
That's
my
why
mic's
I
acting?
asked him in the commercial break what he was doing because I didn't know there was
And I have
an
no
issue.
idea how this sounds because I
sounds fine.
because I can't
Yeah, it
reach
sounds
over
good.
it and I can't adjust anything.
Sounds
good, Rick.
I'd have to have an arm extension or one of those robot dogs to do it.
How many broadcast professionals does it take to get a mic back in a hanger?
Right. And Bubba, they should have just had you do it.
Rick, I'm enjoying watching this too much.
Yeah. Bubba, you know what this reminds me of? And I'll
gotta get to one
if
back,
if I can ever get back to my microphone, I'll tell you. This
I'm sorry, Rick.
this is one of those
Speedy.
this is one of those situations.
That
If
ain't
somebody
really
would stop trying to help you, you'd actually be okay.
Hurry, 4%.
You know, it's
I'm helping you to death.
right. Is this? I mean, no wonder you didn't have that story right.
Rick, just go on break.
What would Rich Scott do?
Right.
Rick, that story is just like that mic. It started out and then it just fell apart.
All right, can I thank you, buddy?
That still ain't.
All right, I'm back on my mic now. Okay, thank you, Speedy. You fixed it.
Rick, if you just had that red diamond point towards you, it'd be better.
Yeah, I wish it'd be
No,
backwards.
I'm messing
I
with
wish
you.
it'd be backwards.
Well, I got off in it. Let me tell you what happened.
But nobody asked you to do that.
No, I was tightening the mic arm, which it drives me crazy. Every time you pull it, it falls, and you're constantly having to tug at it.
Right.
So I was tightening that, and then as I was doing it, I realized, hey, there's a couple of these little
I don't know what
these
they're
little
called.
deals that aren't connected. I'll connect them because the mic is leaning sideways.
cut loose.
And when I did it, it cut loose and the whole thing fell. I thought it was just going to be one little adjustment. So that's on me. That's on me, y'all.
Yeah, it goes back to this. You remember the story many years ago? Sherry and I, we were brand new married. I'm talking about brand new, and we were still living in Calhoun County. And remember Keith Mitchell?
Yes. Yeah.
Who played on the Rick and Bubba softball team and did some work with us. And he invited Sherry and me to come to a lake that he had access to. It wasn't his; it was the guy he worked for. So they had a wave runner, okay? And I just experienced it again with Speedy. So Sherry thought it would, which it doesn't work. I mean, this time I was probably 300 pounds, okay? And Sherry, of course, is tiny. But Sherry thought, she said, I want to drive and you ride on the back. And I said, baby, that's just not going to work. I mean, I don't know physics like Bubba, but even I can tell this is going nowhere. Well, we all know that wave runners are designed to run. They're not designed to sit.
Right.
And they're not designed to idle.
Right.
Okay? So that's when they become topsy-turvy. If you'll just keep riding, you know,
you can't steer.
Yeah, and so she got in the deal where she thought she was going too fast and just started slowing down to make a turn. Well, now, and so off of it I go. Okay, but I'm not that far, Speedy. Let me tell you how this story works with you. I wasn't that far from the shore,
right?
And on this case, I wasn't that far to the end of the show.
You weren't.
Okay,
you weren't.
And so Sherry begins to try. Do you remember the story? Begins to try to rescue me. And I said, baby, just go away from me. Just leave me alone. Let me swim in. Let me swim in. And I can see the pier. Let me swim in. She goes, I don't want to leave you. I don't want to leave you. And I said, if you'll leave me, I may live.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if she would come around, gasoline and waves are popping me in the face and exhaust, and she's circling me like a band of Comanches.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, just go.
Right.
Just go. Just please just get away from me so I can survive. I'm trying to help you. If you'll stop helping, I'll make it.
Right. But I do see one thing I did wrong.
No, you're not touching it again.
You see that little, do you see the little, right here?
Yeah, I see it from here.
Guys, it's fine.
Fix that, Rick.
No,
right
I'm
there.
not touching
Fix
it.
that right there.
Leave it alone.
Okay, I'm
the,
good.
The last time you tried to help, you caused a problem.
Right. I
Yeah,
did.
you got
and
one
I did.
out over there.
I
Well,
will
that's
clearly
fine.
say.
It's fine.
I will clearly say, and I see one little screw I need to tighten
Right.
too on the arm. But it was just a quick, and then I got caught off in it. I did, and it fell apart. And once they fall apart, it's a job.
Takes a minute.
Do you want to upgrade my parking spot and run it into a tree?
I'm
trying to help, Rick.
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry.
Stop
Thanks
helping.
for helping, Greg. Thank you for helping.
This is before you fell off, Rick, but I found a picture. You can't see Sherry in it, but I found a picture of y'all on it.
There's a lot of truth to that.
My goodness.
Boy, I know wave runners in a bind. It is.
Have you ever been off in something and messed it up so bad you don't even know how to start correcting it?
Oh, yeah.
For a second, I got so two blocked.
Did you were
looking
hurrying.
at that
You were
because
trying
I
to
was in a
hurry.
hurry? I didn't. I was like, I just wanted to give up.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
thank you.
When you had it hanging from the thing,
Yeah,
you
that
had
was
pretty
my
much
favorite.
gave up.
Yeah,
You know what it was? It goes back to that great story about the coach. You know, the player could never get it right.
Yeah.
He said, "Let me show you how to do it." Then he
Yeah.
did it worse. He said, "Well, now you got it so messed up, can't nobody
Right.
do it."
Right. I was panicking. Forget it. Especially Rick was giving me the countdown. 60
right.
seconds. 30, Speedy.
Yeah.
10.
10.
Yeah.
I'm like, ah!
Well, you had
I'm
about 3
sorry.
minutes worth of work done, and we had about 10 seconds worth of break done.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I
I did discover if you're ever in that situation, none of the mics will reach where you can still run the board.
No.
I was in a handle
That's
there.
all right. It's
That's
fine.
on me.
That's good. Look, it's fine now.
Rick, you trying to help.
He was, and just I wish he'd help less.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Don't help me.
If you'll just stop helping me, I might make it. The thing that hit me, Rick, the thing that hit me, 2 more segments you got all weekend.
Yeah. Rick, I can limp to the finish.
I'm not even coming back to do a show tomorrow. I mean, you got plenty of time.
Yeah.
What if we found out that like the people that Speedy rescued like didn't even need help? Like the guy was just like chewing, not choking.
You know, a couple of them instances it may be.
Yeah, you're right.
Adler, what are you doing?
Get off me! I don't need you.
Right.
Hey, Adler,
it
he
is odd
doesn't
everywhere
need
he
your
gets
help.
Called his neighbor yesterday to tell him his garage door was open.
I texted him.
That's helpful.
It was that major storm and wind was blowing all in and
He had it
we're
open
there
for
for
a
each
reason.
other. I just texted him and he said thank you. I'm not there. My wife is, and she must have accidentally kept it up. So.
You know what? That explains a lot.
Yeah, it's a nosy
Well,
bunch.
a couple of days prior, he had texted me that one of our windows was down.
You go around
Speedy
looking.
went to help and the whole door fell off.
Speedy, can I help you?
By the way, Rick needs no help from any of the staff.
Can I say that it is rare, by the way, extremely rare.
I do.
All right,
I would
listen.
like to see that side
Let me throw this out at you. Here's what I've noticed, and this is what we just saw.
Here we go.
You're going to have to do a better job, seriously. And we just heard an example of it. And I know you've done some great things, and I commend you. And I'm glad you're my friend. But let me say this. But
this must be a good one.
I said that to say that.
But which is a smelly subject.
Yeah,
okay.
it is.
When you hear that word "but," you're like, "Uh oh." All right, but you're blurring the lines sometimes of a major problem and a minor problem. Okay.
I just texted him and said his garage door's open.
Right. So
That's it. I didn't say, "Oh my God, it's dented. Your car hit it and it's on fire."
Right.
I just said it's open.
I see
Maybe
you
he
out,
wanted it open.
I see you out there.
didn't.
You're pulling up at red lights, going, "You know, you got a ding in the back of your car." And the person's like, "Yeah, we've known that for years." Yeah. You want me to get out and see if I can't get a hammer and knock it out?
Right.
No, we're good. Just let us drive home.
Yeah.
I mean, just right. Yeah. I mean, he's riding around with Bondo.
It picks you right up.
Now we're getting personal.
You need me to tie your shoe? No, I'm
Speedy,
good.
I feel bad for you. I've bailed out. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yeah,
I
no,
quit.
you have.
I
You
quit.
have.
You know why? You're thinking to yourself, I'm not needed here. Hey, I'm going to sit back and enjoy this one.
Yeah. I don't need to get in on this. I called him a liar last segment.
No, I think you're mistaken.
In front of the whole world.
Well, I will say this, and I don't know who. This is, look, we talked about this for years. I ain't not saying this would happen.
Look, I got 15 more minutes. I'm out.
Great, but this is what's been going on with stories since the beginning of stories. It was actually covered in Remember the Titans. Remember I told people. There's every time somebody tells me there's 4 of something, I know there was really 2.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Or
Or if it's something that's real negative, they go, there wasn't but 2 of them, and I know there was really probably 8.
Yeah.
You know that kind of stuff. When he's playing the coach, he's on the sideline, he's telling the backup Sunshine about how many brothers and sisters he had, and he said, when my parents died, I didn't want that responsibility, but I had to do this, whatever. And the guy runs on the field, he goes, I didn't know you had 12 brothers and sisters. He goes, well, I didn't. He goes, I actually have 6. He goes, he goes, oh yeah, 12 is better.
For your result. Yeah.
Right. So what happened is the guy's battery was low. It was low.
He made 4% up.
Right, and then 4% sounded a little. It sounded better.
It did.
The whole thing was my battery's low. And somebody said, what was it?
Rick, I wasn't there.
So y'all are finishing the man's story that was involved with it doing it and experienced it.
I didn't
Y'all
say.
are finishing his story for him.
No, I'm just saying that is a common practice.
Rick and Bubba.
He did pick the one.
I think there's 3 of them on the list of 21 that he brought forward that basically, and when I say evangelicals, I talk about people like us.
Yeah,
okay?
right. Yeah.
Who have said and research, and I have not. I don't know them, but people who I trust have said 3 of them we're not interested in. The other 18 we love.
Yeah,
we can work with.
Well, one of those 3 had made it, according to the media, to the final decision, but it was the decision that, and many people said, well, because those people who have ministries and they have platforms that stood there with him and said, look, we can look past some of this stuff and this other stuff and da-da-da-da, that this was the pick that for them would have been not betraying them.
This is the guy we wanted. Granted, he looks a lot like the guy that hosts Dancing with the Stars, but and a little bit younger than us, Rick.
We're now older than the Supreme Court justice.
Well, who knows if he's going to get in. I think the demos think they really pulled something here by not voting on any of these people. They don't understand Trump will go ahead. Business is going to go on. Yeah. They just won't have anybody they can blame and question.
Yeah, they just won't have a say in it. Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I-92 WLWI. Chad, go ahead. How are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. I was just curious if you could explain to me the history of the introduction of Bubba.
Yes.
How long y'all been doing it, and why they never do it for you, Rick.
Well, let's face it, the introduction, the way the history of the show, I started doing a show without anyone. It was just me. So what I did then is started to build on that show with people that I thought would help the show be better. And Bubba and I knew each other, and he'd been having lunches with me to try to help the show get better. And because we'd both been in radio for a while, and he really doing just about any job in radio you can imagine. And he was the engineer at that time of the station and played a role in getting me there. And so when I would let everybody know, hey, I'm about to bring in somebody else to talk to, I would then introduce him as with these attributes of the engineer of the show. But now he's going to come in for his time on the show, and so that's just always stuck. And so the intro for me is always been I'm the kind of the ringmaster, and then I'm introducing you to all the acts. So then when we got into the point of Bubba being a legitimate, hey, straight up co-host, we just kept doing it. It's really no more complicated than that.
Yeah, and we get to yell a little bit and see if our voices are awake.
Right. So that's it. So that's just been tradition, and it's been great. We go to Indiana. Brad standing by. Brad, what's on your mind, buddy?
Yeah, we just did a anti-refugee protest Monday night.
I don't know if I'd call it that, but
Kentucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand. But we were there for Trump and what he supports and what he's been doing. And it was like 5,000 people against 4.
Oh, really?
That were there. Yeah.
Now, who was the 4? You or them?
Yeah, no. Me and 3 of my brothers. And, yeah.
So
crazy.
You were the 4 that said, look, there's nothing wrong with what's going on. Vetting out people that are coming from countries that we know in other parts of the world have hidden terrorists among the refugees. For us, getting our system and vetting that out is not unreasonable. And you were against 5,000 people that thought it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Wow.
It didn't take a minute and a half, maybe, for them to try to grab our flag out of our hands and attack us.
Wow.
Yeah, where's the love?
I thought they chose love over hate.
Here's an idea. Why weren't they welcoming to you?
Yeah.
They were not. Absolutely, because they thought that we were crazy and that we were full of it and we were the ones that were hated.
Yeah,
they called us Nazis everything else.
Sure they did.
Yeah.
But
it was insane.
But Obama was not when he had some of the same reasoning involving Iraq until we got that under control. His was 6 months.
Absolutely.
His was 6 months. This is 90 days. But who cares?
Trump based his executive order off the one Obama did.
As a matter of fact, I put it out yesterday. Larry Talton's a friend of the show, and he does some great op-eds. He wrote about this. He really goes as far as to say, if you want to look at which president treated them the worst, it's Obama, not Trump. And he laid out that case of this as another false narrative against Trump or anyone. And the problem is this: they really are not concerned about the country. They're looking for anything to be against this administration.
Right.
And this is a cartoon, like I talked about with what I went through with this thing. When I gave you the Footloose movie deal, we create cartoon characters, and then we look to anything we think we can confirm that caricature that we've made of them, as opposed to really looking at this as a lot more complicated than that. To the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Phone calls now. All phone calls. All 10 lines are available. For some of us, it'll be the last time we get to chat this week, so we do want to know what is on your mind. All 10 lines are now available, so you can roar in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Helmsy taking phone calls right now, and he'll get you lined up, and he'll get you ready to go. All right, so I think that's actually Adler. All right, so while you are coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG, I wish you'd have been in my mind right there trying to figure out, is that the bed music I'm playing? But anyway, because I seemed like I had potted mine down. HelloFresh.com/ I'll tell you, Adler, between you and Speedy, if y'all just give me a minute, I'll be done.
It's a rough day. Today. I'm so sorry.
Your mic looks really good, though, right now.
It really does.
Yeah.
Look at it sitting there.
It's all clean.
Yeah, found out an emailer caused this problem today.
Right, a little bit.
Hey, guys, don't inspire Speedy, because he's a guy, if he sees there's a problem, he's a man of action.
He's a problem solver.
HelloFresh.com/Bubba. What in the world is this? Are you new to the program, or maybe you haven't heard us talk about them? What a great service. If you are a foodie and you love great food and trying new things, but and also you're thinking, I don't like the fact my family's not around that table like we used to. We need to get back around the table, but we are a family on the run. I'm sure nobody's in that situation. Family on the run. Let's go. Hey, we're Americans, and we are on the move. We got things to do, and we got to pack that calendar as a spot, put something there. So how do you eat? Well, HelloFresh.com/Bubba says, tell you what, I'll get you out of the grocery line. You don't have to get in there and get 2 block, wondering what you're going to fix for dinner. You've picked your meals. We give you the ingredients. We give you the recipe card. Every bag represents another meal. You prepare them in less than a half hour, get them on the table. Delicious food. Our chefs really are some of the best in the world, and you can try a variety of things, and we'll help you get back around the table. We save you money on your total food bill because you're not wasting food. We're only sending you the food you need to prepare the meals that you've selected. Even if you go on vacation, let them know the location, and they'll send them there. See there, that really got some attention from our guest. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Write this down. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. You do that, we'll get you up to 16 meals for free across 7 boxes and plus 3 gifts just for using our promo code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com and you'll find it right there under the sponsors button. All right. We do have a couple people visiting that are friends of Adler, and we asked them how long they'd known Adler. And they said since he was tiny. Then the dad immediately looks and says, well, when he was younger.
Yeah. I thought they just met.
Yeah.
Last week. We met last week.
So this is some folks from San Antonio.
Yes. In fact, I'm going to put a camera on
San Antonio.
This guy right here.
Look at him.
That guy is the coolest guy to ever play bass in the church ever in my life.
Slapping it.
Yeah,
Slapping it.
That is Justin, and he is he was a big part of my life when I was growing up in San Antonio, Texas.
Yeah.
He was a guy that showed me, you know what, you can be cool and play music in church. Now, my dad is going to take huge offense to what I just said.
That's what I was about to say. Wow.
There are times in your life when your dad isn't cool.
I got you.
So Justin really helped jump in the gap. Justin really helped, and he showed me how to play bass, and I played bass for him on a lot of versions of "It's a Big House with lots and lots of rooms." And what was another big hit? Light the fire in my soul, in my soul. You guys remember that? Okay. So those were big tunes, and Justin, you're the man. So great to see you, and you and your beautiful wife, and your little family, and you're a great guy. Great to see you, man. I hadn't seen him in, I don't know, 20 years? 25 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
20 years, I guess it would be. Yeah, so.
I said, what's changed the most about Chris? And they just simply said the beard.
Just the beard.
He's got a beard now.
Same size, just the beard.
Same size.
How about he's a dad now?
Still
Isn't
stink.
That weird?
Isn't that scary?
That is. He's amazing.
Is this your first time to this part of the country, Alabama, Birmingham? Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He said they actually. He said Adler, your dad, helped him, trained him, and I said, "Boy, nobody better." It's a shame his son didn't feel that way, but
right.
But most of us think that But I don't. I guess some people's kids think their dad's not cool. I don't think my kids have ever experienced that.
No, never. No.
To the phones we go. But welcome. Glad you guys are here. To the phones we go. Let's go to Tommy out of the great state of Mississippi. Tommy, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Watching on YouTube here from Eagle Lake, Mississippi. I want to make a comment about Coach Prime. He has caused the whole water in the pond in the HBCUs and the SWAC to go up. Last Saturday, for example, The Rock and Danny Garcia were in Jackson holding an XFL showcase. Eyes that have never been on this brand of football are finding out about the SWAC and these HBCUs. I think great things are ahead in that brand of college football. He's been a real boon for the state of Mississippi. 2 years ago, you would do good to get 15,000. Last season, they were selling out at just shy of 50,000. And this is a brand of football that the whole country has basically ignored for the last 40 to 50 years.
Well, yeah, the hiring of Dion was a brilliant move. By the way.
High-profile coaches will bring high profile to the program.
And, Eddie George's coaches, they're not in the SWAC, but he's at Tennessee State. And then Hugh Jackson, that used to coach the Bengals, is the head coach at Grambling. So they're getting a lot of high-profile people.
Amen. To the phones we continue. Greg in Tuscaloosa. Greg, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I'm going to be a first-time father here in September, and I want to know, how did y'all do it raising a daughter? This day and age, I'm just worried about how good a father I can be and how to raise her in a godly way. I've listened to y'all for a long time. heard y'all talk about y'all's kids and how good they've turned out, and y'all are great parents, and I'd love to hear y'all's advice.
Well, I think great might be a stretch, but I mean, it's
we don't have enough time in this segment.
It's it goes back to remember that when you're trying to work on this, dealing with daughters with dads, the thing you hope to accomplish is that you want to live in front of them a way that they would see men in the correct light. Not in a negative light, and to try to put a good example in front of them, and and they want to feel like they're safe. I think that's one of the things that dads bring to a household. You want to feel protected. You want to feel safe. You want to be in a house that's peaceful. You certainly don't want to be one of those kind of dads that brings drama to the home and everybody feels like they have to walk on eggshells around you because you're going to lose your temper or act a fool. And I think being steady and being calm and being a powerful man of prayer. You pray for them every single day.
And I think, too, one of the hardest things, you can do everything right. And when you go that transition from your little girl that thinks you're the coolest person in the world to you're the most uncool person in the world, you think, well, mine won't go through that because we have this great relationship. And you go through it anyway. And it's just a hard transition. I'm sure some are not as dramatic as others, but wow.
Yeah, I don't
Teenage girls.
I know some of you are going to say, well, here he goes.
And you hope they grow out of it at about 25. I'll let y'all know.
Yeah, right. But I'm telling you, and I know you're going to say, well, here he goes, but it really is true. Those that buy in to being not just attending the church, but being immersed in the church, being involved in the church, and make their faith their own, and they buy in, those are the ones who do really well. And the ones that don't, no matter how hard you try, usually don't. So
the waters are going to be rough either way. If you got an anchor, it sure does help.
Yeah, and get it. And I think sometimes we concentrate on everything but that, and we go, well, that's. But I would make that priority one, is being sure that they're plugged in and buying on that level. But you'll do fine, man. Think about it. All those people that have done it, you can do it, but don't do it alone. Do it with God.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.